Hi, everyone. Uh, so people are still joining the meeting. We're going to wait for just a bit longer, and then we're going to get started. So just sit tight and enjoy the lovely music we have for you. Yeah. There's still quite a lot of people joining the meeting as we speak. Wait for just a couple more minutes and then we're going to get started. Thank you for being here and I look forward to it. All right, hello everyone. I hope you can all hear me. Welcome to the 69th IVSA Symposium Special General Assembly. To our very first meeting of the year. We're gonna get started now. I know a couple of people are still joining, but there will be others monitoring everything, so we'll be fine. Let's see. All right. Well, I haven't really prepared a very big opening statement this time around because I already did an opening speech at the beginning of the event. So if you didn't listen then, watch it on YouTube. It is there. And I don't want to waste too much time saying lots of soppy and mushy things right now, but I really appreciate all of you being here. I'm super excited for the General Assembly and everything that we're going to be discussing. I hope you all prepared well enough and that you were all enjoying your buddy meetings and that your buddies explained all of the questions you may have. And then we're going to be ready to get started now. All right. So obviously the agenda was already sent to you guys, and we're going to have these slides in between to remind you of everything that we're discussing. So first off is the introduction of IVSA by the president. So that's me. Quick introduction of myself. My name is Meryl. I am from the Netherlands studying in Ghent, Belgium, and I'm the president of IVSA. So what is IVSA? IVSA is the International Veterinary Students Association, which I hope you all already know. We were established in 1953 in Germany, and we are the largest veterinary association for students, obviously. We're a non-profit and non-governmental organization run by volunteer veterinary students from all around the world. So our mission statement, which is something you can read very beautifully on our website, is to benefit the animals and people of the world by harnessing the potential and dedication of veterinary students to promote the international application of veterinary skills, education, and knowledge. That sounds pretty complicated, but basically what it is that we're a network of international vet students who all share the same passion, and we want to share everything we know and everything we can do with each other, and that way we learn and we raise standards of veterinary medicine, which I think is absolutely amazing. And besides that, we're all making friends for life. So here is where all of us are located. IVSA around the world, as you can see, lots and lots of different places, still lots and lots for IVSA to conquer, but we're on our way there. And then these are the people that have been working there. Yeah. All right. Someone muted us for some reason. Please don't. I'm still trying to speak. It is solved now, so you can hear me again. Anyways, what I was saying, these are the people that have been working their asses off for IVSA and for all of you as members for the past couple of months, with me perfectly lined up in the middle, and then my amazing team of IVSA officials right there around me to support me in everything IVSA does and will continue to do. So here's the IVSA Executive Committee. We have me as president, then Mehdi Amrani, Secretary General, Nina Vasic as Committee Coordinator, Nicole Hartman as Arrow, Ina as PRC, Nabila as our MOD, Panos as our Money Guy, and Ellen, our DAD. And then here's our lovely Secretariat, consisting of Caroline, Glenn, Adinda, Lurin, Lena, and Jasmine. Usually Secretariat consists of 8 people, so that's why we will be welcoming 2 new people during this event into our Secretariat. And here's our great chairs, who I hope you really enjoyed your workshops from 2 weeks ago. Maureen, Rua, Isabel, Donna, Diana, Navisha, and Vincenzo. And then our regional reps, we have Javier, Chakra, Laure, Adnan, and Aurélie, who I am very sure you've already met in one of your multiple regional meetings. And then last but not least, the trust, our advisory board, we have Daniel, Brandon, Anya, Nacho, Elwin, and Tavishi. So now you know the people who are doing all the work, and then you may wonder, what exactly is it that we have been up to? Well, lots of it you can see in our updates, so please do check them out. But I'm going to be walking over some more generic stuff in here. So as you can see, we do exchange programs, we have our committees and our working groups, we have the development fund, collaboration, and our annual events, such as this one. First up for exchanges, so that's basically what most of you guys are doing. They're group exchanges, individual exchanges, and I was so happy when I got to add in the little laptop thingy. We have our online exchanges, which was an initiative made from you guys as our local members, which I think was really, really amazing. So yeah, basically exchanges are a really great way for IVSA members to make friends and to exchange cultures and to exchange veterinary knowledge. And then up to our committees, starting on the top, going clockwise, we have our working group on alumni, the Standing Committee on Animal Welfare, Standing Committee on Wellness, on Career Attributes, on Veterinary Education, and on One Health. So for our alumni, they aim to bring the graduated IVSA members closer to us as students, and they're there to provide and receive information to and from the alumni. I'm not going to go over all of the projects all of the committees and working groups do, because they have uploaded really amazing presentations on the Delegates Drive. So if you haven't yet checked them out, please do so. I don't want to take away their spotlight and tell you about all the amazing work they've done if they've already told you themselves. Then the Animal Welfare Committee, it kind of speaks for itself, but it aims to promote animal welfare amongst veterinary students, as it is the cornerstone of the veterinary profession. And then our wellness chair, she aims to raise the awareness on wellness issues within veterinary students and veterinarians as well, and to help them deal with and improve their mental health and their physical health as well. The Standing Committee on Career Attributes focuses on soft skills. So communication, they've done some really great trainings, so do check them out. Veterinary education also kind of speaks for itself, but I did want to kind of just go over all of them to make sure you guys are once again reminded of all of the great topics we advocate on as IVSA. They promote and improve veterinary education worldwide, and they try to create materials to assist students within their education. And then last but not least, we have our Standing Committee on One Health that aims to promote One Health to veterinary students worldwide. And of course, also helps us with quite a lot of different collaborations with some of our counterparts in human medicine, pharmacy, agriculture, dentistry, things like that. All right, something a little less permanent than our standing committees and our working groups or our task forces. This year we have 3: OC Manual Task Force, the Task Force on Bylaw Realignment, and the Task Force on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusivity. All 3 also uploaded their updates, so please do check them out. Basically, task forces exist in IVSA to tackle a specific issue that needs just a little bit more work than the officials can deal with themselves. So that's what they're there for. And so far they're doing a great job, and they're definitely contributing so much. Then our amazing development fund. Yeah. All right, so I saw a question if I can share the presentation about the committees. I'm going to write it on my to-do list, and I'll give you guys the intro on the Delegates Drive. I'll upload it and I'll put it on the Facebook as well. I hope that answered your question, and I'm happy that you like it so much that you want to see it. Then for the development fund, I hope you've seen me spam you guys about buying VetPD raffles, because that's where the money is going. Basically, our development fund exists to help underprivileged countries around the world. And that is reached by quite a lot of projects and sponsorships given by the development fund every year. So the projects the DF does are the Be Kind Award, Reduced Fee Spots, scholarships, and the membership fee fund. And then also every year we donate money to a charity. And the development fund's income depends on our auctions, merchandise, and local chapter activities and donations. All of that has been incredibly difficult with the current pandemic. So that's why if you put some money into buying the VetPD raffles, you could really help out the development fund, and we can continue to give back to our members from underprivileged countries and give back to communities from underprivileged countries. And then also very, very, very important, I've been working with partners and sponsors for the past 1.5 years within IVSA, and I love them. They mean so much to IVSA. We could not be as big and successful as we are without all of their help. So we wanted to make sure to kind of give them all of the attention they deserved. So as you can see here, ever since this year, we've gotten a new diamond sponsor, Purina Institute, and then we also have some silver sponsors and bronze sponsors. So Anacura, Purina Diet, Royal Canin, Viva Sante Animal, IVC Evidencia, and Banfield Pet Hospital. I can't thank them enough for their support to IVSA. Do also check out the Delegates Drive on partner materials and sponsor materials. There's folders there with lots of their stuff, little introductions as well. So check it out and see what they can offer you. And then I still have 2 more slides. So this one and another one full of logos of our amazing partners. I'm not going to name all of them, but please have a look. And yeah, here's the next one. Also, we have been growing a lot in the amount of partners we have. So super, super happy with all of their support. And then Congress and Symposium, which might be a little bit of a sad moment for all of us to have to go through, since obviously we would have all liked it a lot more if we were all sitting in a GA room together right now. Unfortunately, we can't. Well, I am very sure that one day we will get the chance to again, and then we can hug each other and embrace each other once more. So these are our upcoming events. I don't want to go into too much detail as we still have quite some of their presentations lined up in the rest of the GA agenda. So just wait until then, but I did want to mention it again because obviously people are already putting in the effort to make these happen. And then I think that's going to be my last slide on the introduction on IVSA. If you want to continue to stay up to date with everything, do follow us on the website, on our Facebook, and on our Instagram. We're also on LinkedIn and on Twitter. So please, please, please check us out. We offer some really, really great opportunities, and all of those you can find everywhere. We're going to post about everything all the time. So if you don't follow us yet, please do, and then it's going to be easier for you to benefit from IVSA as a member. Alrighty, so that just happened. We just finished that off, and then we're going to go on to Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, an introduction. So to all the voting delegates, I did already go through this with you guys in the voter prep meeting as well, but please continue to pay attention. It's going to be the same information, but you can't hear this enough, so watch out. Voting and Robert's Rules of Order. So first up, what are we going to discuss? First, I'm going to talk to you about voting. So that's going to mainly focus on the current settings online, unfortunately, and then I'll discuss the Robert's Rules of Order newly revised. So each country has 2 votes. That's how you vote as a country. A supranational entity counts as a country for the purpose of voting. So we have 2 supranational entities right now, IVSA in Ireland and IVSA SGA. For each, like for every single other country, you vote as a country. All member organizations, so that's what MO stands for, from a single country have to come to an agreement between themselves as to how they want to cast their votes. That means all MOs should be included in the voting process, should be included in the decision making, and it's up to you guys to decide how you want to cast your votes. And each MO should have an equal say as well. For each of a country's 2 votes, you can either vote in favor, against, or abstain. So in favor and against, they speak for themselves. In favor means you want the motion or the vote to pass. Against is you don't want it to pass. And then there's an abstain, and that's a non-vote. So that means the vote is subtracted from the total vote pool, which is not the same as an against vote. So please know that if you abstain, you're not voting against, you're just subtracting your name from the total vote pool. So that can be explained as halfway between for and against. There's basically 2 scenarios in which you can cast this, of which I think only one is a good excuse. So that one is that you do not have any feelings either for or against the issue. So if you feel neutral about a motion on the floor and we're voting and you're like, it doesn't really matter to me, then you can vote and abstain. Okay, all right, sorry. I'm going to repeat myself. If you're feeling neutral about some kind of situation within the GA we're voting on, then please just vote as an abstain. That's fair enough. If you don't know or understand enough about the issue, that's also when you can vote for abstain. But please, please, please just ask for clarification first. We're all here to help you, and I really don't want people abstaining just because they're too afraid to ask for more information. They're too afraid to ask the chair to summarize whatsoever. I really don't want that to happen. So please just raise your hand, ask a question, and then we're going to make sure you understand what you're voting on, and then everything will be taken care of. Alrighty. So when you're voting to elect a person or an MO, you can either vote for or abstain, because we don't allow to vote against. You can only vote against motions, but not during the elections. They're 2 very separate things. So that applies for each of the 2 votes in the same way as voting for a motion. So you can either pick one person to vote for twice, pick 2 different people to vote for once, pick one person to vote for once and give 1 abstain vote, or give 2 abstain votes. So there's different ways in which you can use those 2 votes you have. Same goes for the motions. You can use 1 vote to vote in favor and 1 vote to vote against. Or for example, you're doing 1 for and 1 abstain. So those situations can come into existence when there's multiple people in an MO and people disagree, or there's different MOs that disagree. So that's why it's so important to just stay in touch all the time and make sure you come to one decision, basically. So that's voting as a country. When you have 1 MO, pretty easy. You have your bunch of delegates. Maybe it's just 1 person for your country. That is definitely easy. And those 2 votes are just going to represent all of the delegates you have as accurately as possible. So if there's, let's say, 2 people for and 4 people against, it's going to be up to you if you want to give 2 votes against, or if you want to do 1 vote for and 1 vote against, because you still want those 2 people to be represented as well, which is a fair thing in my opinion. And then there's 2 MOs, still pretty easy. Each MO gets a vote, and then and then you're gonna just add those votes, and that's how you're gonna cast it. And then for an MO or a country that has multiple MOs, I wrote down a little less easy peasy lemon squeezy, because that is what it is. You're gonna have to make sure you really discuss everything and you figure out a way to just get everyone as involved as possible to make sure every single person's voice is heard. We can, allow you to unmute yourselves. We can give you the floor to speak, but when it comes to the voting process itself, we are not going to be able to monitor your chats. We're not going to be able to monitor the discussions you have as a country within your group of delegates. So it's up to you guys to make sure all of your votes represent the opinion and the decision of your delegates. I've said this, I think, 10 times already, but discuss every single thing, every motion, every election with everyone. You can use Facebook, WhatsApp, chats, whatever. There's buddy chats if you don't have your own chat with your people. There's plenty of platforms you can use to contact and to consult the rest of your team. So, casting your vote. So now we're going to go more into the practical side of things. Each country has 1 official voting delegate to state the votes of your country. So all of those voting delegates, they've already been appointed. They have received the link to the voting delegate meeting on the official email address, and that's also the platform they're going to use to vote on. So as a voting delegate, you're present in 2 meetings at the same time. And then when you're active in the one Microsoft Teams meeting, so for example, now I hope you're all active in the GA room, then you're going to be automatically on hold in the other one. And then when we're going to vote on a motion, the chair will say, okay, now guys, we're going to move on to the voter meeting. And that's when we're going to do that. In that meeting, we're going to have the polls and everything. And then once the voting is done, we're all going to get back in this one and continue the GA. Never, ever, ever leave the voter meeting room. If we lose quorum, we cannot vote anymore. For those of you that don't know, quorum is basically the percentage of MOs we need to have present in order to make decisions at the General Assembly. For IVSA, quorum is set at 40%. So that means in total we need, I believe, 21 of our MOs to be present in the voter meeting. So we need 21 of you voting delegates to be there at least. There is luckily a lot more of you that signed up, but that doesn't mean you can just quickly leave. It is really important you just stay in there, and we don't need to kind of change the lobby too much. And then it doesn't matter which voting method is used, the voting delegate is always the only person for that country to cast the votes. Now, there's different ways of voting. One, which is pretty easy and self-explanatory, is when the chair asks, are there any objections? So that's going to be when the chair thinks the result will likely be obvious. So if the chair asks, are there any objections, and everyone is silent, that means the motion passes. But if you wish for a vote on it, for example, if you think that the result is not going to be obvious at all, or just because you truly object to the motion, you can call I object, or well, in this case, it's going to be you're going to raise your hand, and then we're going to allow you to unmute yourself, and then you can say I object. That means we're going to go into a vote on the motion on the floor. Obviously, in this case, there's going to be a little less voting time, because it's just going to be any objections, and then we're going to see if someone raises their hand. If no one does, we're going to continue, because then the motion will have passed. So if you want if you just want time to think about the vote, please just say so. Just ask for a quick couple of minutes to discuss with the rest of your MO or to get some more clarification, and then we can definitely grant that. And then there is the second way of voting, which is the digital vote. And that's going to be when the chair expects there to be a divided opinion on a motion, or if we require a 2/3 majority, or if a member calls for it. And then we're going to do the digital vote. So for us in the digital vote, it's going to be 2 polls. 2, you may ask. Well, 2 because every country has 2 votes. That's why we're going to do 2 separate polls. They're all going to be in the voting delegate meeting. So we know for a fact it's just voting delegates that are casting their votes. And it's going to be 2 polls because that way you can vote twice on the same motion. Once again, you don't need to vote the same way in both. So you can vote against, you can vote for, you can vote abstain, you can vote a combination of those 3 in the 2 votes that you have. Any votes not cast are going to be counted as an abstain. But please note, abstain is one of the voting options. So there's 3 answer possibilities. You either vote in favor, against, or abstain. The reason we do this is because that way we know for a fact a lot of you did actually respond. Otherwise, abstains through like votes not cast, we would know if you're actually listening. We wouldn't know if you're actually participating in the motion. So we'd rather have active abstains instead of just passive ones where people just don't click anything. So if you want to abstain, please do answer as an abstain. That is very important for us. So this is a quick summary of everything I just went through. So the voting method, are there any objections? Say nothing if you agree with the motion, say I object if you disagree with the motion, or say I need more time if you need more time. With a digital vote, so that's going to be the polls in the voter meeting, you can either vote in favor if you're in favor of the motion, against if you're against, you can vote abstain if you want to abstain, and for those that didn't vote, they're also going to be counted as an abstain, but they're going to be subtracted from the total vote pool. All right, so that was it for the voting procedures. Obviously, there's also going to be elections, which have been, the whole election procedure has already been introduced during the voter prep meeting. So all of the voting delegates should be aware of it. It's going to be explained again when we get to the elections, which is going to be tomorrow morning. So that's when we're going to go over that. But that's also, once again, just for the voting delegates. Then if you have any questions, feel free, honestly, to just type them in the chat. I see a hand from Dorothea. Okay. You can speak.
Yes, hello everyone. I have a question just to clarify. If we have motion, do we discuss the motion before the question of objection or after someone object the motion?
Yeah, so there's going to be a motion first before the chair can say. All right. So there's going to be a motion first. Thank you for the question, by the way. There's going to be a motion first. So someone moves to do something. Then there's going to be a discussion on the motion. So people can still ask questions. They can give their opinions. They can give input. And then when we've had the discussion, or maybe if there was no discussion, that's also possible, then the chair is going to call for an objection. So there will always be room to speak before on the motion on the floor. We're never just going to say, all right, this is the motion, any objections, no, passing. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. All right, if there's more questions, type them in the chat or raise your hands, and then I'll see if I can answer. There's people watching the screens for me, so we'll be fine. If not, I'm going to move on to Robert's Rules of Order, but if any questions still come up in regards to the voting procedures, don't be afraid to ask. Even now that I'm moving on to the next thing, I'll still be able to answer those as well. All right. So Robert's Rules of Order newly revised. Very long name, very confusing name, but do not be scared. Basically, it is a fairly simple thing we use to have our meetings in a less chaotic manner. They're just a set of rules for us to conduct our meetings. They're orderly, they're efficient, and they're widely used. And they're also used by IVSA as long as the rules do not conflict with our constitution and bylaws. So Robert's Rules of Order newly revised is a very long document. And so are our bylaws, for example, and our constitution. And sometimes within our constitution and our bylaws, we have set specific majorities for votes, such as a 75% majority for bylaw amendments or a 2/3 majority for something else. And if those conflict with Robert's Rules of Order, obviously we're going to go with the rules set by IVSA. Basically, what I just want you all to realize is that Robert's Rules of Order aren't meant to intimidate you in any way, aren't meant to restrict you in any way from speaking or from participating in discussions whatsoever. I'm going to explain all of the little rules we have, so don't be scared to speak up. It might be a little bit confusing in the beginning. Sometimes it might go a little bit fast, but please just don't be afraid to raise your hand, just obtain the floor and speak if you have a question. Even if you're a little bit confused as to what it is you're moving, how you need to move something, what it is you want to accomplish, basically, if it's one of the points mentioned. If you're like, what are these points? Don't worry, I'm going to go over everything. So just make sure you really pay attention, but just don't be scared. If you forget somewhere during the General Assembly, just raise your hand and say, okay, I want to do this and this, but I don't understand how to do it. And then the chair will explain to you how to do it. We're just here to help you. I'd rather have you guys ask and speak up than just stay silent and not have your voices heard. So once again, you do have to behave according to the Robert's Rules of Order and listen to the chair's instructions. But once again, if you're not sure how to do something, just ask us. We're not going to get mad at you. We're all here to help. So now, a motion. A motion is a formal proposal to a legislative body, such as the IVSA General Assembly. Only delegates are allowed to make motions, and only voting delegates are allowed to vote on those motions. And then the chair may only entertain a motion. So the chair may not make a motion, they can only entertain one. And that's what I'm going to get to in just a couple of minutes. So how do you make a motion? Basically, you raise your hand, you click the little button, it's going to pop up on our screens, we're going to see it, and then the chair is going to acknowledge you. So they'll probably say, okay, yes, your name, you can speak, we'll allow you to unmute yourself, you'll have to unmute yourself, and then you can speak. First thing you say is your name and voting entity. That's very important. It's for our minute taking, so we know exactly who said what. So, for example, if I'm going to speak for something, I'll say Merel Knoops, IVSA Exco. I'm officially Exco because I don't belong to an MO right now, but 2 years ago, when I wasn't on the executive committee and it was just a normal delegate, I would have to say Merel Knoops, IVSA Ghent, Belgium. So that's what you're going to say. You're going to say your name and then your member organization. So that's going to be your voting entity. Once you've set that, you're going to say, I move that, I move to, blah, blah, blah. Whatever you want to accomplish, just make sure you very precisely word your motion. So if you're moving something, let's say a bylaw amendment, and you want to make an adjustment, you want to make an amendment into that bylaw amendment, very precisely word what you want to say. So don't just say, I want it to mean something differently. No, you need to put in the words how you want to accomplish it. So that is very important. And then once you've set that, once you've made your motion, it's going to have to be seconded. So that means someone else needs to type second in the Microsoft Teams. Now, that is done to make sure the chair knows that it's not just one person who agrees with the motion, but there's other people behind it as well. In general, there only needs to be 1 second, but don't be afraid to just type it out in the chat. And if there's multiple popping up, that's fine. In real life events, people scream second simultaneously. So if you guys type it out all at the same time, fair enough. And then once that's been seconded, once the hand's been up, the chair has acknowledged them, they've unmuted themselves, state their name and voting entities, I move that, the motion was seconded, then we're going to discuss it. And the person that moved it has the first priority to speak. So they can start the discussion, they can explain why they made that motion, they can give the reasons behind it, and then the floor is open to everyone else. Raise your hand if you want to share your opinion, if you have a question, if you don't understand what's happening whatsoever. And then a very important rule we have as well is that no one can speak twice on the same issue until no single new person wishes to speak. So let's say I make a motion and I gave my little discussion, I gave my little explanation on why I moved what I did, and then people start to raise their hands, people have questions for me, and then I raise my hand in between, but there's still a couple of new people who are starting to raise their hands after I've raised my hand. That means they're going to get priority over me because they haven't spoken on the issue yet. And I can only speak again once everyone else who hasn't spoken yet has been given the opportunity to speak. So that's just to make sure that not a single person gets to hoard the entire discussion, and we give everyone an equal say. And then when there's going to be no further debate, when everyone's raised their hands, everyone's given their opinions, the chair can ask the questions such as, are there any objections? And then we're going to go into a vote. So some important considerations, that all remarks must be very relevant. They need to debate the motion, not the person. So all of our discussions are never going to be about a single person. It's always going to be about the motion, not the person moving it. So no personal attacks, please. We're going to have a very safe environment here and a constructive environment, no name bashing whatsoever. And another important detail is we're always going to try to avoid using people's names. So if you want to comment on something that was previously said, don't say, oh yeah, Meryl said this and this. Mention the previous speaker. And then what you're saying, don't ask anything to me, but speak to the chair. You can say, I would like to know more about what the previous speaker was saying in regards to this and this and this. It might sound a bit complicating now. Please don't be scared. It's not going to be a big deal if you get it wrong. If you say someone's name, you're not going to get kicked out of the GA. No one's going to scream at you. Everything's going to be fine. We'll just remind you of the rules again, and then we're going to move on. And then another important thing is once a motion is voted on, it cannot be brought up again. We've closed off the discussion and that's it. Then we have secondary motions, which are the points that I've just spoken to you about as well. So there's the point of privilege, point of information, and point of order. Point of privilege, just type these in the chat so they can relate to noise, personal comfort. For example, when you can't hear the speaker. So if for some reason my Wi-Fi sucks and you can hear me breaking up, just put it in the chat. You can say, I don't hear the speaker. You can say point of privilege, I can't hear the speaker, something like that. If you feel that I'm speaking too fast or I'm speaking too softly, also just put it in the chat, say slow down or louder. All of the people that will be speaking are going to be monitoring the chat as well. So we're definitely going to take all of your comments into consideration. And then a point of information is probably the one secondary motion that gets misinterpreted the most often. So what it means is if you say middelknoops, IVSA SGA, point of information, what does this and this mean? For example, it means basically you're going to ask for information regarding facts that affect the motion, such as a question to the chair or a question to the person who moved it. So once again, you're asking for information. Don't use it to give information. If you want to give information on a motion, you can just do so. You can say your name, voting entity, make your point. Don't say point of information and then give information. It's not necessary. Point of information is when you want to ask for info. And then the point of order is when the rules are not being followed, and this must be stated immediately. So if you notice someone has been doing something against the rules, against Robert's Rules of Order or against IVSA rules and specified in our bylaws whatsoever, you can say point of order and then explain what happened, which discretion took place, and then we're gonna solve it from there. And then one other secondary motion is the parliamentary inquiry, and that's when you want to ask about the rules and how they're being followed. So, for example, is it in order to make a motion to postpone this until later? We're going to have a parliamentarian elected as well in the beginning of the General Assembly, and that person is just going to have the bylaws and the Constitution at hand to make sure that we can always ask all of your questions about rules specified by IVSA and our Constitution. Alrighty, and then 3 more quick things. So we have an amendment, and that's when you're going to change the wording of the motion. And all amendments are voted on except for friendly amendments. They don't change the meaning and they don't need a vote as long as there are no objections. So a friendly amendment is also when you're going to change the wording of, for example, a bylaw amendment that's on the floor, but it doesn't change the meaning. So for example, you're changing a grammar mistake or you're adding in a comma, something like that. It doesn't change the meaning, but it is an amendment. And then to make the process a little easier, we're not going to vote on those things. When there's no objections, we can just continue. And then an amendment really does change the wording of the motion. And that's also then voted on. All right. Then a withdrawal of a motion. That's going to be once the motion is open for discussion. And then once the motion is open for discussion, once it has been moved, then the person wants to withdraw it, the GA needs to give permission for the withdrawal of the motion. So we're going to have to vote on the withdrawal. And then the last thing is I move the previous question, and that's going to close the debate. So if we've been having an endless discussion going in circles, someone can say, middelknoops, IVSA SGA, I move the previous question, and that means we're going to vote on it. We're not going to do that anymore. And then we're just going to move on with our lives. So that's basically how that works. Lots more possible secondary motions, but these are the ones within IVSA we use most. These are the ones that you need to use. So I'm not going to complicate your lives any further to discuss the rest. This will do to survive the General Assembly. So to summarize, there's 2 votes per country, 1 official voting delegate per country. Each MO has a right to speak and give their opinion. And abstain does not mean no, but it means the vote is not cast. We use different methods of voting. So we have the digital ones, and we'll have the no objections ones, and then the election procedure. We use Robert's Rules of Order to try and make meetings fair and efficient, not to limit you in how you can speak up. And there is various secondary motions possible. That are also explained in the GA booklet that you have received. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick little example so you guys know what's going to happen and how it's going to be. So as I am officially the chair for now, the chair is going to entertain a motion that this General Assembly will be awesome. So as I said, as chair, I cannot make a motion, I can just entertain one. So that means I'm entertaining a motion and I need someone to move it for me. So that person is going to say their name, their IVSA MO, I so move. All right, so in contrary to the second, which is allowed in the chat, the ISO move is not allowed to be said in the chat because basically you're making the motion on my behalf. So that needs to be done out loud. So I'm gonna entertain the motion again, and then someone needs to raise their hand, say their name, say their IVSA MO, and then say ISO move. Okay, the chair entertains a motion that this GA will be awesome. Nina Vasic.
Nina Vasic, IVSA SGA, I so move.
Second.
All right, and then we're going to need the second, and that second can be said in the chat. So just to explain again what just happened, as a chair, I entertained a motion, and then Nina moved the motion. So she did the actual work. Basically, that's going to be the same as Nina saying, Nina Vasic, IVSA SGA, I move that this GA will be awesome. And that's why it needs another second from someone in the General Assembly. And that second can be done in the chat. I hope that was clear. So what happened? Now we have a motion on the floor. The motion on the floor is this GA will be awesome. So now I'm going to open the floor up to discussion. Is there any discussion on the motion on the floor? Nina, do you still have a hand?
No, sorry.
Fair enough. Okay, Jacqueline.
Jacqueline Goossens, IVSA again, Belgium. I'd like to change the wording that it will be amazingly awesome.
That
I move to change the wording. Okay, so I'll start again. Jacqueline Goossens, IVSA again, Belgium. I move to change the wording to the chair entertains a motion that this GA will be amazingly awesome.
all right. So what? Oh, lots of seconds there. Awesome, guys. Good job paying attention. So what just happened? Jacqueline didn't fully agree with the motion, this GA will be awesome, but she thinks it's going to be amazingly awesome. I can't say I personally disagree. I think it will be. So now the oh God, sorry guys. I tried to do it officially like we do. So basically what just happened is this has been added in by Jacqueline. So Jacqueline moved to add in amazingly awesome. Now, is there any discussion on this amendment? No. Are there any objections? No. All right, that means the motion passed, and the motion on the floor now is this GA will be amazingly awesome. Yay! Well, usually now we go back to the motion that's been amended. So now the motion on the floor is this GA will be amazingly awesome. And now I can open the floor up for discussion again, and it can be amended again and again and again. I don't want to have to continue doing this by adding in other words for the rest of the day. We're going to have plenty of practice with real life examples. So we're going to leave it at this and then move on to a real one, a real motion. So now I entertain a motion to grant observers of this session of the General Assembly the right to speak. So, Mehdi, Laure Chevalier.
Laure Chevalier, IVSA France, I so move.
And now we're gonna need a second. Yes, awesome. Thanks, guys. Okay, so what just happened is I entertained a motion to grant observers of this session of the General Assembly the right to speak. So observers of this session, the General Assembly, are people who aren't delegates. So for example, we've had a couple of officials who forgot to apply on time, but still they're in the meeting now, and we obviously do want them to be able to speak. So that's why now we've granted observers the right to speak, and then they can still give their discussion and then they still would be able to speak. Now, so what happened, I entertained it, Laure moved it for me, and it's gotten seconds, which means we're still going to open the floor up for discussion. Is there any discussion on the motion on the floor? No. Are there any objections? No. Awesome. All right, that means the motion passed, and from now on, observers of the session of General Assembly have the right to speak. Okay, great job, guys. I really hope it was clear enough, and I hope I explained it well enough, and I didn't go too fast. Once again, if you do have questions, don't be afraid to speak up. We're all here for you. I am giving you all my love and support, as always. So then we're almost going to get started. I want to quickly do a little intermezzo about the GA bingo that was sent to you guys. So all delegates have received a little GA bingo card. So on that bingo card, there is all kinds of different squares of things that can happen during GA, such as someone forgets to unmute themselves, or we have technical difficulties, or someone is elected, a motion passes, we're making amendments to amendments to amendments, whatsoever. All kinds of crazy GA activities are on there. If they happen, you can cross them off. You're only going to have bingo when your entire thing is filled, when you've managed to cross off every single thing. Usually there's also going to be a wellness space. So what that means is just a free kind of square for you to tick off just because of #wellness. So don't wait for a wellness space thing to happen. It's just as a little gift to you as a GA bingo participant. Alrighty. That was it for my introduction on Robert's Rules of Order newly revised. If you guys have questions, please raise your hand now, or else I'm gonna move on to the next agenda point. All right, awesome. Then we're gonna do roll call of all of our member organizations. So basically, we do roll call to make sure all of our member organizations, well, not all of them, we have enough member organizations here to reach quorum, so the 40% I spoke about previously, to make decisions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read out all local MOs, except for when your country has a national MO, such as, let's say, Mexico or France. I'm just going to say Mexico instead of all the local ones. If your country doesn't have a national MO, it's just going to be your local ones, such as, for example, for Turkey or for Poland. If you are from that MO, click the raise your hand button. Please pay attention, because I would like everyone to respond as quickly as possible so I know you're there, and then we can move on as soon as possible. I'm not going to be able to wait for 5 minutes for you to raise your hand. And I do want this to be very accurate, so please pay attention throughout the whole thing. There's going to be lots and lots of names. I'm going to butcher lots and lots of names, but I'm going to try, and I hope you guys are going to try too. So that's going to be it. That's going to be for all of our member organizations. And then we have a couple of MOs running trying to get approved at this General Assembly, and I'm going to call on them all the way down at the end. So if you're a very new MO that just applied this time around, I will call on you all the way down at the end. All right, I'm going to stop presenting now because I have my quorum sheet on my laptop and I need to be able to access it. So don't be scared. I'm still going to be here. All right. Oh, okay. I'm so big. Don't be scared. We're all going to be fine. All right, it's going to be in alphabetical order. So IVSA, Algeria, Batna. IVSA, Algeria, Batna. Okay. IVSA, Algeria, Blida. IVSA, Algeria, Blida. IVSA, Algeria, Constantine. IVSA, Algeria, Constantine. IVSA, Australia, Murdoch. IVSA, Australia, Murdoch. IVSA, Australia, Queensland. All right, thank you for raising your hand. That means IVSA, Australia, Queensland is present. IVSA, Austria. All right, so you're already doing a great job. Whenever I move on to the next one, you can stop raising your hands again. So I know the hands on the screen are for the MO I'm currently calling out on. Okay, so IVSA, Austria present. Thank you so much. IVSA, Bangladesh. IVSA, Bangladesh. IVSA, Belarus. IVSA, Belarus. IVSA, Belgium. IVSA, Belgium. I know it because she's sitting opposite of me. But okay, Belgium is present. IVSA, Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. IVSA, Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. IVSA, Brazil, Sao Paulo. All right, thank you. IVSA, Brazil, Sao Paulo present. IVSA, Bulgaria. IVSA, Bulgaria. Okay, thank you. See you. IVSA, Chile. IVSA Chile, IVSA China, IVSA China, IVSA Colombia, IVSA Colombia. Alrighty, thank you. IVSA Croatia, IVSA Croatia, yes, thank you. IVSA Cyprus, yeah, Cyprus also present, thank you. IVSA Czech Republic, all right, thank you for Colombia. I have noted you as present. Now we're on to IVSA Czech Republic. Okay, IVSA Czech Republic. IVSA Denmark. Okay, thank you. From IVSA Colombia, please raise your hand again. No, lower your hand again. So I know all of the hands are for Denmark right now. IVSA Egypt. All right, thank you. IVSA Estonia. IVSA Estonia. IVSA Finland. IVSA Finland. IVSA France. All right, IVSA France is present. IVSA Germany. Yes, thank you. IVSA Ghana Kumasi. Thank you. IVSA Ghana Pontamale. All right, Ghana Pontamale is also present. IVSA Greece Thessaloniki. All right. IVSA Greece Thessaly. All right, Thessaly also present. Hungary. Okay, Hungary is also present. IVSA India. Okay, IVSA Indonesia. All right, there was some overlap, but I see India and Indonesia were both present. Thank you guys so much. IVSA Iraq Duhok. IVSA Iraq Duhok. IVSA Iraq Kirkuk. IVSA Iraq Kirkuk. IVSA Iraq Suleimania. IVSA Iraq Suleimania. No IVSA Iraq. IVSA Iran. IVSA Iran. IVSA Italy Bologna. IVSA Italy Bologna, yes. IVSA Italy Camerino. IVSA Italy Camerino. IVSA Italy Milan. Okay, Milan. IVSA Italy Naples. IVSA Italy Naples. Okay. IVSA Italy Teramo. All right, thank you. IVSA Italy Torino. IVSA Italy Torino. No, no Torino. IVSA Japan. IVSA Japan. IVSA Latvia. IVSA Latvia. IVSA Lithuania. IVSA Lithuania. IVSA North Macedonia. IVSA North Macedonia. IVSA Malawi. IVSA Malawi. IVSA Malaysia Kelantan. IVSA Malaysia Selangor. Okay, thank you. IVSA Mexico. Thank you, Mexico. IVSA Moldova. All right, Mexico, please lower your hands again. Love the tequila though. IVSA Moldova. IVSA Mongolia. All right, IVSA Camerino has said they are here. Changing that in my sheet. IVSA Mongolia. No. IVSA Morocco. Thank you. IVSA Namibia. IVSA Nepal. IVSA Nepal. IVSA Netherlands. Okay. IVSA Nigeria. Okay, Nigeria also present. IVSA Norway. IVSA Norway. Okay, thank you, Norway. IVSA Pakistan. IVSA Pakistan. All right. Thank you. Everyone lower your hands again. Then we're going to go to IVSA Paraguay. IVSA Paraguay. Okay. IVSA Peru. IVSA Peru. Okay. See you guys. IVSA Philippines. IVSA Philippines. Hannah, you just raised your hand for IVSA Paraguay. Could you please type in the chat the MO you belong to? Is it Paraguay or Philippines? IVSA Poland. Krakow. IVSA Poland, Krakow. Okay, so you're from the Philippines. Then for IVSA Paraguay, there are no hands, right? Okay, I've seen IVSA Poland, Krakow. You're noted as present. present. Then everyone lower their hands again, and we're going to go to IVSA Poland Lublin. IVSA Poland Olsztyn. IVSA Poland Olsztyn. IVSA Poland Poznan. IVSA Poland Poznan. Juan, do you have a question? Vietnam not unmuted. If you have a question, you should be able to unmute yourself now. Okay, never mind. IVSA Lithuania. Yes, IVSA Lithuania is passed, but if you're presenting IVSA Lithuania, I'll put you as present. Thank you for mentioning it though. Lithuania has been recorded as present now. Okay, then we're going to move on. IVSA Poland Poznan. No one. IVSA Poland Warsaw. IVSA Poland Warsaw. IVSA Poland Wrocław or Wrocław. Thank you guys. Okay, IVSA Portugal. Portugal present. IVSA Romania, Bucharest. IVSA Romania, Bucharest. IVSA Romania, Cluj-Napoca. Okay. IVSA Romania, Iasi. IVSA Romania, Iasi. Maria, feel free to lower your hand again. I believe you raised it for Bucharest. IVSA Romania, Timișoara. Don't worry, it's fine. Don't worry, it's absolutely fine. It's happened to me. It happens to the best of us. IVSA Romania, Timișoara. Okay, IVSA Russia, St. Petersburg. IVSA Russia, Kazan. IVSA Rwanda. Maria, please lower your hand again. IVSA Rwanda. IVSA Senegal. IVSA Senegal. IVSA Serbia. IVSA Senegal present. IVSA Serbia present. Thank you guys. IVSA Slovakia. IVSA Slovakia. IVSA Slovenia. IVSA Slovenia. Slovenia, is it? Yes. Okay, thank you. Present. IVSA South Africa. All right, thank you so much. IVSA South Korea. IVSA Spain, Barcelona. IVSA Spain, Barcelona. IVSA Spain, Lyon. IVSA Spain, Valencia. IVSA Spain, Zaragoza. IVSA Sudan, Bari. Okay, thank you. IVSA Sudan, Khartoum. Okay, thank you guys. IVSA Sudan, completely present. IVSA Sweden. Okay. IVSA Switzerland, Bern. IVSA Switzerland, Bern. IVSA Switzerland, Zurich. Thank you, Anya. IVSA Taiwan. IVSA Taiwan. IVSA Thailand. IVSA Thailand. Okay, thank you guys. IVSA Trinidad and Tobago. IVSA Trinidad and Tobago. Yay, welcome guys. IVSA Tunisia. IVSA Tunisia. IVSA Turkey, Ankara. Okay, IVSA Turkey, Aydin. IVSA Turkey, Aydin. IVSA Turkey, Burdur. IVSA Turkey, Burdur. IVSA Turkey, Bursa. IVSA Turkey, Bursa. Yes, present. IVSA Turkey, Elazig. All right, Elazig, thank you. IVSA Turkey, Erzurum. IVSA Turkey, Erzurum. IVSA Turkey, Kayseri. IVSA Turkey, Kayseri. IVSA Turkey, Konya. IVSA Turkey, Konya. IVSA Turkey, Samsun. IVSA Turkey, Sivas. IVSA Uganda. IVSA Uganda, yes. IVSA United Arab Emirates. IVSA United Arab Emirates. IVSA UK and Ireland. All right, thank you guys. We're almost there. IVSA USA SAFMA. SAFMA present, thank you. IVSA Zambia. IVSA Zambia. No. IVSA Zimbabwe. IVSA Zimbabwe. No. All right, then we have reached quorum with 36 out of 51 voting entities present at 71%. I'm still going to go over the MOs that are running for approval at this General Assembly. There's only 5 of them, so we'll be fine. IVSA Cáceres, Spain. IVSA Cáceres, Spain. IVSA Montevideo, Uruguay. IVSA Montevideo, Uruguay. IVSA Venezuela. IVSA Poland, Torun. IVSA Poland, Torun. IVSA Turkey, Istanbul. IVSA Turkey, Istanbul. No. All right. Well, thank you guys for bearing with me. It was a bit of a long run. Tomorrow, I'm only going to have to do the national MO, so it's going to go a lot quicker. And with those official parts of me done, quickly saving my roll call, then I'm going to be able to share my screen again, and we're going to continue with the next agenda point, which is election of the chair. So the chair, according to the IVSA bylaw, shall be elected at the beginning of the General Assembly, and the chairman shall be responsible for maintaining order in the General Assembly according to Robert's Rules of Order newly revised. The chair is not going to have a vote. The chair needs to have a great understanding of IVSA constitution, bylaws, and manuals, a great understanding of the IVSA structure, and a great understanding of Robert's Rules of Order. So basically, the chair is going to take over from me with all the speaking. So you're not going to hear me as much anymore, unfortunately. And they're going to make sure everyone follows the rules of order and everyone basically acts accordingly, and that the General Assembly is just going to run smoothly, and all of the discussions are going to be as efficient as possible. So now I open the floor for nominations for chair. Jacqueline?
Jacqueline Hoeltens, IVSA Gent Belgium. I'd like to nominate Elwin van Oldenburg van IVSA the Netherlands for chair.
Elwin, do you accept?
Elwin van Oldenburg, IVSA Netherlands, I accept.
All right, Elwin has it accepted. Are there any more nominations for chair? Okay, sorry. If there's no more nominations for chair, Elwin is automatically elected, and he will continue to chair from now on. So, bye guys. It was nice speaking to you.
Let's see if I can turn on my camera. I don't know if you can probably see me.
Okay, yeah.
All right. So I am going to take over chairing from now on. Some of you might know me as being the person that chaired the last SGA as well. Also, I can see I'm a bit dark. I'm gonna try to fix it. All right, next point on the agenda is the election of the parliamentarian. So the parliamentarian is responsible for ensuring that the General Assembly is run according to our constitution and bylaws, which are basically the rules that IVSA operates by. Parliamentarian may be called upon by someone in the General Assembly to clarify parliamentary inquiries. So if you're like, hey, I'm not sure what the rules of this are, raise your hand, I'll give you the floor, and then you can ask a parliamentary inquiry. Parliamentarians shall refrain from making motions and participating in debate as much as is reasonably possible, but they can still participate if needed. So the chair will now open nominations for parliamentarian. Are there any nominations? Meryl.
Merel Knoops, IVSA Exco. I would like to nominate Laure Chevalier from IVSA France for parliamentarian.
Laure, do you accept? You can write it in the chat if you want. I can also unmute you if you want.
I can also unmute myself. Laure Chevalier, IVSA France, I accept.
All right, Laure accepted. Are there any other nominations for parliamentarian for this session of the General Assembly? Seeing none, nominations are now closed, and Laure is elected to be parliamentarian without a vote since there is only one person running. Congratulations, Laure. Next point on the agenda, election of the election committee. So we elect an election committee consisting of 3 people, one of which has to be a current or former member of the executive committee, to run our elections, because we are going to be electing people and MOs. So exciting. I am very excited. Yeah, and they need to have an understanding of the IVSA election procedures and also be impartial, unbiased, and have no conflict of interest. So if you are running for a position, you cannot be in the election committee because that would be a conflict of interest. Are there any nominations for election committee? I see someone. Nettles Brandon R. Aphis. You can unmute yourself. You may speak, Brandon Nettles.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Brandon Nettles, HLM. I nominate Ellen Hernandez, IVSA Exco, Maulida Salsabila, IVSA Indonesia, and Lina Serna, IVSA Colombia, for election committee.
Okay. There's 3 people at the same time that were being nominated. Do you guys accept? You can write it in the chat or raise your hand if you want to say it to the GA. Maulida. Okay, Lena, you mute yourself. Do you accept?
Lina Serna, IVSA Colombia, and I accept the nomination.
All right. And okay, I see another acceptance in the chat. Ellen, do you accept as well? Oh, you have your hand raised. You can speak. Sorry, you were in a presenter thing. I couldn't see your hand.
Ellen Hernandez, IVSA Exco, I accept.
All right, so we have 3 people nominated for election committee. Are there any other nominations for election committee? My computer's being a bit slow, but Lena, do you have another nomination, or is your hand just still raised because you feel like it? Okay. Seeing no other nominations, nominations are now closed, and Lena, Salsa, and Ellen, are now elected to be on the election committee. Great, guys. Next point on the agenda. Election of the report card auditor. So, the report card auditor will audit the report cards awarded to the IVSA officials at the end of the term, and will verify all marks and comments to ensure the report cards remain free of bias by the Secretary General, although, of course, we fully trust Mehdi.
Yes,
the report card auditor needs to be impartial, unbiased, and have no conflict of interest. Are there any nominations for report card auditor? Mikkel, you may unmute yourself.
Daniel Lund, IVSA Denmark. I nominate Jacqueline Jacqueline G. from IVSA Belgium.
Jacqueline Goossens from IVSA again, Belgium. Do you accept?
I accept. Thanks, Daniel.
Daniel, can you mute yourself again? Else I'm going to do it. All right. Are there any other nominations for report card auditor? Being none, nominations are now closed. Congratulations, Jacqueline, on being elected report card auditor. All right, then moving on, amendments to and approval of the proposed agenda. So you have all seen the agenda, and now we will see if there are any amendments. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Meryl.
all right. Yes, there are some amendments. To make it easier for everyone attending, I wrote it out on the slide so you can see more clearly what I'm doing. Anyways, Middelknoop's IVSA EXCO. I move to insert point endorsement of WSAVA Ficava document after point 13, approval of MOUs, and to move point 12.3, bylaw amendment on the code of conduct, to after point 11, presentation and discussion on the newly revised code of conduct, and to insert point nominations for 71st IVSA Congress after point 7, amendments to and approval of the proposed agenda, and before point 27, introduction to election procedures. So I added in 2 new agenda points. So the nominations for 71st IVSA Congress and the endorsement of the WCAVA Ficava document. And I moved around the code of conduct bylaw amendment so it fits a little better with the update presentation. Can I get a second, please?
Yeah, I already saw some.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so the motion on the floor is to move all the points on the screen to their positions on the screen, because I don't feel like reading it all out again. Is there any discussion on the motion currently on the floor? If you want to say something, this is the point where you have to raise your hand. All right, are there any objections to amending the agenda as seen on screen? All right, seeing none, motion passes. The agenda has been amended. All right. Are there any other amendments to the agenda? I see none. All right, so the chair will now entertain a motion to approve the agenda. This is the point where one of you has to raise your hand and say your name and country and say, I so move. Okay, sorry, my computer is being very slow again. Mehdi, you can speak. I think you can unmute yourself. Oh, okay. Wait, give me a second. There's like 6 people right now that want to do it. I'm gonna choose a different person that hasn't spoken yet. Sorry, Mehdi. Amina, you may do it. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Amina Nufal, IVSA Norway, I so move.
All right.
Second.
Cool. So, motion on the floor is now to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion on approving the agenda? Are there any objections to approving the agenda? Seeing none, motion passes and the agenda has been approved. Amazing, we can go on. And we will go on to nominations for the 71st IVSA Symposium, which will take place in 2 years. Nominations for that will be open again tomorrow and also at the next session of the General Assembly in summer. So, nominations for the 71st IVSA Symposium are now open. Are there any nominations? Again, they will be open again tomorrow and at the next session of the General Assembly in summer. Seeing none, nominations are now closed. Again, they will be open again tomorrow and at the next session of the General Assembly. Presentation of the nominees. Now, the nominations for all the other positions were already opened before the General Assembly so that we could go through it quicker and you could all see their pre-nomination videos already. So we will just go through them real quick. Firstly, for president, we have Anna Tyczkiewicz from IVSA Krakow, Poland, nominated by Caroline Amo from IVSA Norway, Laure Chevalier from IVSA France, nominated by Brandon Nettles from HLM, and Cristina Almazidou from IVSA Thessaloniki, Greece, nominated by Javier Puente from IVSA Mexico. Then for secretariat, we have 2 positions open, and we have Carole Edel from IVSA France, nominated by Felicia Wallin from IVSA Sweden, and Nelson Achong from IVSA Uganda, nominated by Gadis Mirin from IVSA Indonesia. No, go back. Since there are only 2 positions, Carl and Nelson are elected without a vote, and are 2 new secretaries. Congratulations, guys. Are there clap emojis? You can put them in the chat. Put your clap emojis in the chat. I see clapping. Yay. All right, then we have 2 nominees for the 71st IVSA Congress, which is in 1.5 years, which are IVSA Morocco, nominated by Nabila Raja from IVSA Exco, and IVSA Sao Paulo, Brazil, nominated by Javier Puente from IVSA Mexico. So we will have elections for president and for Congress tomorrow, which is very exciting. Then for Pacific Regional Representative, we had 1 nomination, Faith Xie from IVSA Queensland, Australia. I have a hand from Gabriel. Gabriel, do you have a question? If yes, you can ask it now.
I think it's point of information, but I'm not sure.
You can state your name and country first.
Oh, sorry. Gabriel from IVSA São Paulo, Brazil. I think it's point of information, just that São Paulo, it's written incorrectly.
Okay. Meryl, can you change it to the correct spelling?
Yes.
That is not a point of information. It is, you can just say that as a point of...
Okay, sorry.
But it's fine. It's good that you corrected it. It's with the U, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if we can make the accent on the A with our Dutch keyboards.
Now it should be fine, right?
We can't see it.
Can't you see it?
Well,
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I can't see it.
Yes, that's awesome. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for saying it.
Then we move on with the nominations for Pacific Regional Representative. So we had 1 nomination being Faith from IVSA Queensland, Australia, nominated by Aya Nirala from IVSA Nepal. And since there was only 1 nomination for the position, Faith is elected without a vote. Congratulations, Faith.
Woo.
Yay, I see a lot of
the little
clappies.
clappies.
It's cute, I like it. So that was it for the presentation of the nominees. We will have a lot more during Congress. Be there. Okay, next point on the agenda is approval of the minutes from the 69th IVSA Congress Special General Assembly, online Special General Assembly, which was in July. The minutes have been sent to you before with an erratum, I don't know how to pronounce that word, with some changes that were made since the first time they were sent to you. So the chair will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the 69th IVSA Congress Online Special General Assembly. Gabriel, your hand is still up. Do you want to say something? No? Okay. Christy, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Albazet of Christina IVSA Thessaloniki, Greece, I so move.
All right, so Christy moved the motion on the floor. I still need a second. Okay, I see seconds. Perfect. So the motion on the floor is to approve the minutes from the 69th IVSA Congress Online Special General Assembly. Is there any discussion on the motion on the floor? So if you, for example, have any amendments to the minutes as they were in the Google Drive, you can say so now. Laura, can you already unmute yourself? Yeah, you can already unmute yourself.
Laure Chevalier, IVSA France. I move to amend the minutes according to the document erratum that was also uploaded to the delegates drive, so that the slight mistakes we had noticed will be corrected.
All right. Do I have a second? Because Laura made a motion. I see a second. Amazing. So the current motion on the floor is to amend the minutes with the erratum that is on the Google Drive. Is there any discussion on amending the minutes with the erratum? Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. So now the minutes have officially been amended with the erratum on the Google Drive. And we're now back to our original motion of approving the minutes as a whole. Is there any discussion on the motion on the floor to approve the minutes? Thank you for clapping in the chat, Liren. Normally, if we have one of these in person, everyone claps after every motion passes. It's very cute. All right, seeing no further discussion, are there any objections to approving the minutes? Seeing none, motion passes. The minutes are approved. Yay! That was already it for GA1. We will now move on with the agenda for GA1 onwards, because we're going onwards. All right, we're moving on with the agenda. The next point on the agenda The next point on the agenda is the presentation and discussion on the newly revised Code of Conduct. And after that, we will take a short break. Isn't that amazing? If you guys allow it, of course. I can't do anything without your permission. So, the Code of Conduct, do we have a slide on what the Code of Conduct is?
No.
Oh, yeah, whatever. So, this is our Code of Conduct. It's basically a set of... Oh, okay. Is anyone going to present this, Navisha? Do you want to present it? I can do it if you want. But of course, the person that wrote it can maybe do it. Okay, if you raise your hand, I can let you unmute yourself, Navisha. All right. Give me a second. Allowed to unmute. So you may now speak.
Okay, thank you, Elwin. Do I have to say my name and MO? Okay, I'm just going to say it anyway. Navisha Shergill. Oh, thank you. Navisha Shergill, IVSA Selangor, Malaysia. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, the Code of Conduct basically comprises it's comprised of a general set of guidelines on how our members should behave, whether it's at an event or just in general. However, it did not cover online behavior. So we made a couple of edits. The first one, so they're all highlighted here. The first one has been added under introduction to ensure a diplomatic, respectful, and tolerant environment in all of IVSA's online activities and social media channels. Okay, I just realized there isn't a space between online and activities, so we'll have to edit that. Okay. So the next point we edited was under general rules and behavior. So offensive comments, regardless if verbal or non-verbal. So here non-verbal can mean anything, facial expressions and even gestures. Regarding these following topics will not be tolerated. Gender, gender identity and expression, sexual orientation, age, religion, beliefs and lack thereof, race, ethnicity, physical and or mental disability, politics, physical characteristics and or personality traits, socioeconomic status, and family. So since these are sensitive topics, try to not make any offensive comments. If you're not sure if the comment you're going to make is offensive or not, don't, or find out first. Okay. Right. We've also added 2 points here. Exercise consideration, respect, open-mindedness, and professionalism when speaking to others and making comments. If you disagree with a comment, statement, or an action that has been made, you are allowed to voice out your opinions, given that it is done in a calm and respectful manner. All right, next. All right. Any form of harassment will not be tolerated. Examples of harassment are violence, threats of violence, and encouraging violence, which includes self-harm. Violence in the nature of self-defense may be excluded. Non-consensual images, videos, or behavior of sexual nature. Threatening to or disclosing in any form an individual's personal information, including images or videos. Using derogatory and demeaning phrases when speaking or addressing someone. Spreading false information that may tarnish the image of an individual, MO, or event, advocating or encouraging any of the behaviors above. All right, next. Okay. So under raising concerns, it was initially OC, we just added in the extra O to highlight the online part of it. And then under code violation, we have consequences of violating any one of the articles of the Code of Conduct are dependent on the severity of the violation. The consequences include, but are not limited to, an official warning from the Online Organizing Committee, or EXCO, removal from the event, ban from attending future IVSA events, a membership fine, and any combination thereof, or any consequence the EXCO deems fit. I think that's it. Yes. Okay. Do you guys have any questions about the edits we made? Am I not allowed to say that? Alvin, are you supposed to say that?
So let's see if I can unmute myself. How about now? Okay. Sorry, my computer had issues again. I'm gonna change it out in the break. Basically the code of conduct is not up here for approval since it is approved by EXCO and not by the GA. But if there is any discussion on the code of conduct, you can, of course, at this moment, raise your hand. We will be talking more about the code of conduct with the bylaw amendment that is coming up after the break. So you can also save it until then. Any discussion on the revised code of conduct? All right, seeing none, The chair will now entertain a motion to go into recess. I entertained the motion, doesn't mean I moved it. Someone else has to do it. Oh, I see someone that wants to do it. Wait, my computer is freezing again. Okay, Dorothea, you were first raising your hand. Wait, it's freezing again. I will give you the power to unmute yourself as soon as I can click the button. All right, can you unmute yourself?
Yes. Dorothea Bär, IVSA Germany, I so move.
Second.
All right. Any discussion on going into recess? IVSA Trinidad and Tobago, is that a hand I want to say something on going into recess? Because you can if you want to, but it's only going to delay your recess. No.
Sorry, laptop lagged.
Okay. Any objections to going into recess? Seeing none, motion passes. We are in recess. And
Did you energize something? Yeah. All right, so now we're officially into recess. Please don't leave us, guys. So obviously we're going to be in meetings for a very, very, very long time. And that's why the OOC has prepared some really great GA energizers for us. Usually when we're at live events, everyone stands up and we dance for a little bit. So that's also what we're going to do now. So I want to give the floor to Vivian, who's going to give us a bachata energizer. But first, also, I can ask all of you to maybe turn on your cameras if your internet connection allows you to. I'm going to also stop sharing, by the way. So if your internet connection allows you to, feel free to show us your dance moves, and then we're going to get started. Vivian, go ahead. I'm so excited.
Okay.
Du alles nie zu laut.
Vivian,
We can't hear you.
you're muted. All right. Oops. Let's try this without feedback. All right. So I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did. I almost fell on my face, so that's how you know I enjoyed it. So the chair calls the GA back to order at 3:17 p.m. UTC +1. Next point on the agenda are the constitutional and bylaw amendments. It's what you're all here for, except for the elections, of course. That's actually what you're all here for, and for fun. So first point on that agenda is the bylaw amendment on the code of conduct. So we already started discussing that really quickly by having the new code of conduct on screen before Navisha presented it. Thank you for that. And now we're going to talk about a bylaw amendment that is going to write them into the bylaws. So I don't remember who submitted the bylaws, but that person may speak. Apparently it was Meryl. You can speak, Meryl.
All right, awesome. Okay. Meryl Knops, IVSA EXCO. I move to add in point 1.3 Code of Conduct after point 1.2 Official Relationships to state the following. 1.3 Code of Conduct. The Code of Conduct outlines parameters of behavior and rules of engagement that must be followed by IVSA members at all times when attending an IVSA event and communicating with other IVSA members. The most recent version of the Code of Conduct must be made available on the IVSA website. The Code of Conduct may be amended after approval of the Executive Committee. Changes have to be reported at the next session of the General Assembly. General Assembly also has the power to amend the Code of Conduct. Violation of the Code of Conduct by any IVSA member or member organization may lead to consequences decided upon by the Executive Committee.
Wait, let me have a look at the chat.
I
see a second. So the motion on the floor is to add what is on screen to the bylaws, basically at point 1.3. Is there any discussion on the motion?
She raps well. I rap very well.
Any discussion on the motion? Meryl, she can go first because she moved the motion. So she has first priority, and then we will go with the other people that have their hand up.
Meryl Knops, IVSA EXCO. All right, so the reasoning behind this bylaw amendment is just that we've had the Code of Conduct as a document within IVSA for quite a while now. However, it was never officially recognized in our bylaws or our constitution, meaning we as executive committee, for example, would have no leverage over anyone violating the Code of Conduct. It did include some sanctions or punishments before, but when it came down to it, the EXCO just did not have the power to make to act on violations against the Code of Conduct, and I didn't agree with that. I think it should be possible, and most importantly, even the Code of Conduct should be an official document within IVSA. By putting it in the bylaws, we make it an official document, which means our members are obliged to follow it and obliged to follow its rules. And basically, the amendments that Navisha made before, so when she presented the updated version of the Code of Conduct, that's something Navisha and I and like the rest of EXCO have been working on for a while. And the most important changes are the fact it's now also including online behavior. So first, the Code of Conduct used to mainly focus around in-person events, but especially with the global pandemic now, but also with the increase in online behavior, we wanted to make sure that that behavior from our members was also covered, and we also expect everyone to always act out of tolerance and out of acceptance. And that's why we changed the Code of Conduct as EXCO, and that's also why I want to put it in the bylaws now, to just focus a little bit more on that acceptance and actually make it mandatory.
All right, I see, Matteo, you have a point of information. You should now be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, Matteo Carnevale, IVSA Teramo, Italy. So I want to ask a question because about the last part, when you say, that consequences are decided upon the executive committee, I was wondering if, in this decision, in this discussion, the members' MO's board is included, because some consequences may be like permanent, and I wanted to know if if a member has a wrong behavior, and if the that member's MO's board is included in discussion about the consequences. Sorry, I am a bit nervous, so I can talk.
That's fine. I think we get what you mean. Nabila, you haven't spoken yet, so you can go first. You can now unmute yourself. Nabila? You can't unmute. I'll try it again. How about now? I can't unmute your microphones. I can only allow you to unmute, and on my screen, you're allowed to right now. Okay, can you try to rejoin the meeting? And then Meryl can go first.
All right. So as Nabila will try and join again. So from my side, on the code of conduct, whenever there's a transgression or a violation of the code of conduct, and that is reported back to the executive committee, that means the executive committee will discuss it amongst themselves, see what kind of let's say sanctions or consequences they can take, and then that's where preferably there's going to be a meeting between the MO or MOs involved. Then the regional reps obviously also play an important part. We're going to have to get proof of the violation. There's going to have to be a verification of membership, and then we're going to set up a meeting to discuss what's happened, see if we can get apologies or whatever, and then discuss the consequences with the members involved. So that's going to be the plan of action. As executive committee, I don't think you should not include the members and just send an email out of the blue. So that should always be done in consultation with every party involved.
All right, I hope that answered your question. And Mehdi, as to your point, the chair could not answer this question, so it was more of a direct question to the person that made the amendment. Nabila, can you try to unmute yourself now? Yes, you are unmuted, Nabila.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, that's so weird. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Elwin. Nabila, Raja, IVSA Exco. Elwin, I don't know how to do this. It's just a direct comment to Matteo's point of
Just start talking.
Okay. So, yeah, nothing will ever we will always communicate, Nexco and the MOD team will always want to keep a clear line of communication. So nothing will be executed without communicating with you guys as an MO, because it's only fair that we keep you guys in the loop of what we're thinking and hear whatever the story is from your side as well. So please do find some comfort in that. We definitely will never not involve anybody in any communication and discuss how to go forward. At the end of the day, they are your members, and at the end of the day, we are here to look after you guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nabila. I hope your question has been answered now. Is there any further discussion
Yes,
on
thank
the
you.
floor? Thank you, Matteo. I see Mary. Mary, you can now... Oh, sorry, I muted you again. You can now unmute yourself, Mary.
Hello. I just sort of had a question.
You can state your name and country first, sorry.
Sorry about that. Yes, Mary Ward, IVSA UK and Ireland. I was wondering, so it says that, I'm just wondering because basically it's sort of, we're adding a new set of rules, which I think are very important and agree with. But since we sort of vote on all of our bylaws and it has to be approved by us, in a way, since this is now a new set of rules, it seems like any changes to it, to the code of conduct, should also be approved by all of us instead of just EXCO. But I don't know, maybe it's not done like that, but it just seems like since we're sort of adding new rules, that they should also be, instead of just being approved by EXCO, they should also be approved by the whole committee, if that makes sense. But I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding.
So the way that it's currently written in the bylaw amendment is that EXCO has the power to amend the code of conduct, and then they have to report that at the next session of the General Assembly. The General Assembly indeed does not have to approve it right now. If you wish, you can make a motion so that it says that it has to be approved by the GA, and then we can discuss more on it. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Mary, your hand is still up, but I'm going to check first. Okay. If you wanted to speak again, I would have to let other people go first. All right. Is there any more discussion on the motion on the floor, which is approving the bylaw amendment as it's written on screen? Oh, I see Luren has a hand. Sorry, I couldn't see you as you were a presenter. Luren, go ahead, and then Soraya, you're after that.
Lorraine from Planta, IVSA Zurich, Switzerland. Regarding the comment of the previous speaker, I would like to, can you please switch back to the, yes, thank you. I would like to state that actually it would be not very beneficial for IVSA if changes which are made by EXCO to the conduct needs to wait until the next GA to be in power. So I personally think it would not be a good idea to say only that the GA needs to approve this. Thank you for noting it.
Thank you, Lauren, for your comment. Then Soraya, you can now unmute yourself.
Hi, Soraya Rodrigues, IVSA Portugal. So because of something the previous speaker said, previous speaker, I guess. This thing with the code of conduct can be changed at the GA, or the EXCO can change it from the reading I'm doing here. I think it raises a question that, for example, if at the GA someone moves to change the codes and then it's approved and then it's changed, until the next GA, the EXCO can change it again and remove the amendment that the GA could do. Am I making sense?
Yeah.
I can try to rephrase it.
No, I get what you mean. So your concern is that the GA makes a change to the code of conduct, and that change is then reversed by the executive committee after the general.
Thank you very much for rephrasing. That's exactly what I meant.
All right, thank you for your comment. any further discussion? Meryl?
All right. Middelknops IVSA EXCO. To address the previous concern, for one, I think it's very great that it was brought up, and then to maybe counter it. In the end, the GA has the power to make those decisions. So the executive committee, obviously they can just undo that change, but any decent executive committee would never do it. We are elected on EXCO to represent you guys as our members, and if the members decide to amend the code of conduct, chances are very, very likely the EXCO agrees. Even if they don't, then we should always respect those decisions made.
All right, thank you, Meryl. Dorothea, you can, I should be able to unmute yourself already, yeah.
Dorothea Bär, IVSA Germany. I just want to comment on the previous speakers, and I think there was a good point, because we always make these bylaws amendments as well for the future when no one of us is there and we don't know what's going to happen. So maybe this should be really rewritten so that only GA can make future amendments of the code of conduct. So just to make it sure that GA is able to make the amendments and not EXCO can revise them on their own.
Thank you for your comment. Nabil, or anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? Soraya, is your hand still up? All right, Nabila. Oh, your hand is also not up, or is it? Then, oh wait, but Neil didn't speak yet. So Neil, you can speak first. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Hey, so from what everyone's saying at this point
Take your
in time,
name and country first, Neil.
yes, thank you. I knew I was going to do that. Neil Vizot, IVSA SAVMA. So from what everyone's saying thus far, it sounds like a lot of our concerns can be assuaged, and correct me if I'm wrong, by basically allowing this to pass this time, and perhaps doing that by putting in a sunset clause of like 2 weeks or just like this amount of meetings for the EXCO to be able to sort of edit or just empower in general these rules, and then after that they can't. To allow us basically to pass it here, and then we don't have to, necessarily put our faith in whatever EXCO like 2, 3, 4 years down the road to not, act in good faith on that.
All right, thank you for your comment. Nabila, would you still like to speak? Can you unmute yourself? Nabila, if you're trying, okay, wait. I will let you not unmute yourself, and we can try again. Do you see the banner now?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. I don't know what this is, but anyway, Nabila Raja, IVSA EXCO. So I just wanted to say that the reason that this is so important is there are issues that are coming up that we haven't had to deal with before. And sometimes these issues cannot wait for a GA to look through things, which is why it's important that EXCO does have some of that power, because we need to be able to protect and defend our members. And that's from things like racial discrimination, from sexual harassment, and it's important. If we're not able to do that, if you're not going to allow us, if the GA is not going to allow us to be able to do that in good faith to protect our members, and then we have to wait until another GA, it's a responsive, or it's like a, not a responsibility, but it's almost like something you have to hang on your shoulders, knowing that, you know, as EXCO, we couldn't do anything because our hands were tied. And so it's very important that we do have some kind of power in amending the code of conduct, so that it's only in the best interest of the members, of our IVSA members, because when no one else is there to protect them, we have to be there. So I don't think it's, my opinion, like, you know, in terms of waiting for GA approval, every international event, whereas EXCO can approve when they need to approve, and it's again in the best interest. The entire members worldwide is always updated on whatever is happening. So it's not like something is done behind the scenes or anything. And like I say again, we know these problems that members are facing, whereas it might seem like something more superficial to some members. It's some real heartbreaking stuff that we have to deal with, and we really want to do our best to protect them as far as we possibly can. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nabila. Anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? Lisa? Or not?
Lisa Burger, IVSA the Netherlands. I think the concern raised that maybe, so to say, that EXCO might take power into their own hands and change the statement, do have some ground, as in, yes, that could be a scary thought. But as Nabila said, it's not just good faith, it's also that we elect people that we consider fit to be handling matters like this professionally. So in that sense, I wouldn't be too scared. And as Nabila also said, in some cases, it is just necessary to act swiftly, and then sometimes waiting half a year for the next GA might not be quick enough to handle matters that do need quick resolution. But maybe it would help if someone from EXCO, maybe Nabila, could answer how likely the situation would be for EXCO to have to go and change its code of conduct, since it has been already revised a second time now. And I think pretty much everything is included as it stands right now. So I don't think it's that likely that it will have to be changed again.
All right, that sounds like a direct question at a previous speaker, so I'm going to let that person answer. Then Diana will be after that, as she hasn't spoken yet. Nabila, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Okay, thank you. Nabila Raja, IVSA EXCO. Thank you for that question. It was a really important one, and I think it's important that the GA does ask a question like that. One thing I can say is that we are in unprecedented times. So our situation globally changes month to month. However, I can say that whoever's put in the amount of effort to make sure that we could try to include as much as possible in this code of conduct change, there was a lot of thought that was put into this. I'm hoping that things don't change too much in the future. Again, any changes will never be made to the detriment of our members. It's always for their protection. And again, we are always held accountable by the GA. So if the GA does not agree with something, if our members worldwide do not agree with anything, they're welcome to take us to task. And again, everything we do is for our members. So we'd never put something in a code of conduct that sort of, like, I don't know, would not protect them, because that doesn't make any sense. But I can't give you a definite, absolute answer to say, you know what, in the next year, nothing's going to be added. It really just depends on how the global situation and the change in social dynamic is washing into our communication channels. So yeah, I'm sorry, I can't do better than that.
All right, thank you, Nabila. Then Diana, you haven't spoken yet, so you're first. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Okay, yeah. So Diana, IVSA Portugal. I just would like to add to this discussion that I think that this EXCO empowering question is kind of confusing for all because it might require actually a new board, as some of the MOs have, the disciplinary board or council. This board for the MOs that don't have it, it's the one that normally deals with the violations of the code of conduct by any member. It can be even the president or the SCOE chair or anyone, not only members. So it's like kind of a neutral board that is only meant for considering this kind of violations of codes of conduct. And my point that I consider that for such a big responsibility in such a big association, this power actually should not be in EXCO functions in first place. So that would be all. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? All right, then we're going to go down the list. Luren, you're first.
Thank you, Elvin. So if we go through this scenario, like we have the code of conduct and EXCO after the GA changes something. It is written here, they have to report this change. So if they change something and the next GA, they will, the next meeting of the GA, they will present it to the GA. If the GA doesn't like it, they can change it. If EXCO then after this GA still doesn't like this and still does it again, they have to report again to GA. So at one point, GA will say, okay, now it's enough. We don't want to have EXCO this power anymore because the highest power in IVSA has always the GA. So the GA can then afterwards still decide, okay, we want more power on this because EXCO is still messing with us and we don't want this anymore. So for now, I see no need why to amend this amendment.
Thank you, Luren. Anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? Vincenzo, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Hello, Vincenzo Gavetta, IVSA alumni. So the responsibility of EXCO and the powers that EXCO should have regarding the matters of decision on the code of conduct, I don't think there is anything to say about it because some things just need immediate decisions. What should be maybe included in the statement and in bylaw amendment should be the procedure of the decision making. So this is just a comment, it's not an amendment, but in the end, when you say violation of the code of conduct, blah, 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 decided upon by the executive committee, we should include the procedure. So how it's going to work is decided upon the executive committee, but also after talking with MOs or something like that. That is how you can just assure that everything is going with the maximum transparency, because of course I do trust EXCO and everything is good and it needs to be clear for all the IVSA members that that's just what I should change.
Thank you, Vincenzo. All right, anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? Seeing none, we will go down the list. Mary.
Hello, Mary Ward, IVSA UK and Ireland. Yeah, so I agree completely. Like, I think this is a really important amendment, and I agree with it completely. It's just I don't really understand why this sort of creating its own new set of bylaws as a code of conduct should be treated like any other situation. You know, everything else has to be approved by GA. So why should this be any different? Just because effectively it's a new set of rules. And I agree that EXCO needs to be able to act quickly. And this isn't really about them acting quickly on a violation. It's about them changing the code of conduct, which, to my understanding, EXCO has the ability to call an emergency meeting at any time. So if they do feel like it's a true emergency that we need to change these codes, there could be an emergency meeting called to have an emergency vote. So I don't really understand why in this specific situation, this bylaw and these new set of rules, which I agree are very important and should be added, should be treated any differently than any other bylaw that we have. You know, I don't really understand why EXCO should have the power to change this when, in theory, there are ways to change it quickly if we need to. And I do think EXCO should have the power to quickly act on violations. It's just changing the code of conduct that ideally should be up to scruff anyway, and it should only be, you know, unexpected changes. I don't really see why that shouldn't be approved by everyone and not just EXCO, why it should be treated differently than any other bylaw that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and to quickly explain something real quick, I think you mentioned the extraordinary session of a General Assembly when you were mentioning that EXCO has the power to call a General Assembly at any point, which is technically true. The Executive Committee can call an emergency session of the General Assembly. It has to be at least 2 months in advance. And also, you still need quorum for one of those emergency meetings of the General Assembly. So you need at least 21 countries to be present, and it has to be ran basically the same way as this one is ran. So it is not an easy task. It is possible. And also, as another point of information, I know you shouldn't use it like that, but they have, in the history of IVSA, never happened yet. Just as a note on the extraordinary session of the General Assembly. Okay, anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? Seeing none, next person is Neil.
Hey, Neil Vizeau, IVSA SAVMA. I just wanted to give, if possible, Nabila, whoever else, the chance to clarify if the current wording does or does not give them sort of the latitude to act in the best interest of IVSA's membership, and if that would potentially change were the clause about whether the EXCO is allowed to make that change or not, make changes to it or not, whether that would change that leeway, that latitude.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused as to what change you mean. The wording as is on screen allows the Executive Committee the power to change the code of conduct, which if there's changes, they have to be reported to the General Assembly. But I'm not sure what you meant with the change.
Sorry, whether the EXCO being able to have the power to make those changes themselves, whether that power were to be changed, basically turned on or off by our wording here, if that would change the ability of you guys basically to act in our best interest as members.
Okay, I think I see your question now. I mean, the chair can answer that question directly as a former member of EXCO who also wrote the first version of the Code of Conduct. So basically, the change that it will make if the Executive Committee is not allowed to change the Code of Conduct is in the event that there is a situation that develops that is not included in the Code of Conduct, they cannot act on it until the next session of the General Assembly. So they can only act on things that are in the Code of Conduct. If they have the power to change the Code of Conduct, they can change it to include said situation. Of course, they have to act in the best interest of IVSA, also according to the bylaws that's in there. And they can act on it. So that would be the change between allowing Xcode to do change the Code of Conduct or not. It's basically to give them the power to react to situations that are not mentioned in the current version of the Code of Conduct. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you, Elwin. And can I also ask if Nabila wanted to add anything to what you said?
You can ask directly, yeah. If Nabila wants to add anything, I will give her the power to unmute herself right now. Neil, I'm just going to mute you real quick, but you can still have your hand up if you want.
Thanks, Alwyn. Nabila Raja, IVSA Exco. Thank you, Neil. Again, these are questions that need to be asked, and I'm glad that everybody is asking everything that's on their minds, because at the end of the day, these things are going to affect how we run, all of us together. So I'm really glad. So I just want to make two things very clear. I think the one is that this whole amendment thing is to marry the bylaws and the Code of Conduct so that it is enforceable and something that we can do something about if situations arise, and they very much have arisen. So instead of Exco feeling rather powerless, where we cannot actually take action against anybody, where other members have been affected, this is to help us. In terms of where Neil's question also comes in, I think in making changes to the actual Code of Conduct, what's been made right now, like I said, there's been enough thought, or a lot of thought that's been put in place, where I think, you know, it's safe to say, hopefully it should be enough. I cannot predict what else will come up in the next while. For example, I think our level of online communication has gone skyrocketed since the pandemic, whereas we would meet live in person more often before. So with that comes a lot of issues that we haven't had to deal with before. And that's where the Code of Conduct would be amended. So it's to, again, I think like Elwin said, it's to allow us to include situations where we can do something about it, instead of feeling like a helpless Exco and having, you know, if I had to have one member that felt like, you know what, Exco could never protect me, Exco could never do anything for me. That's the level of responsibility that we feel for all of you, whether you are aware of it or not, whether you want to acknowledge it or not. That is literally how we feel. And to let one of you down is not great, because every day we're trying to work as hard as we can for all of you, even in terms of protecting you. So again, I think the adjustments that are made here are really good. Hopefully it will see us quite a while into the future, but I cannot absolutely say so. I hope that's okay. I'm also happy to talk about this later at any point in time, so you're welcome to contact me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nabila. Just for like continuity's sake, we have a rule in our bylaws that you can speak for 2 minutes at a time, and we're gonna enforce that from now on, just to make sure things keep flowing. Then we have some people that haven't spoken yet that want to speak. So first one is Christy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Almazedo Cristina, IVSA Thessaloniki, Greece. I just want to ask, like, generally, all of our members, if we will have like a document presented on the GA with the punishment and the warnings that the particular person or MO may receive upon like those actions that they will have, will we trust more like our Exco? When we will know what will happen to that person or to that MO. So will we have like will we trust more the actions and the decisions that our exco will do, because we'll have a document already written. Thank you.
Noted. Okay, next person that hasn't spoken yet is Mikkel. You can unmute yourself. Or maybe it's someone else from Denmark. Mikkel / Danish person. Kenner unmirror. Okay, let's try this once more. I'm gonna give you, do you see a pop-up right now?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. Mikkel from IVSA Denmark. I moved to the previous question.
All right, so Mikkel moved to the previous question, which means the debate will be closed. It has to be approved. So can everyone lower their hands for now? Everyone that has their hand up, lower it now. All right. Are there any objections to moving to the previous question, which means you want to continue discussing? Dorothea, do you object to moving to the previous question?
Dorothea, IVSA Germany, I object.
All right, then we're going to go to a vote. So every voting delegate, please go to the voting room. We're going to vote on moving to the previous. Sorry about the Danish. They can't mute themselves, so I had to do it for them. I'm sorry, I was a bit late. So, okay, every voting delegate, please move to the voting room. We're gonna go to the voting room and continue there. I see a lot of people are still on hold in the voting room. Please go there. Guys, we are voting in the voting delegate room. If you are not there and you are a voting delegate, please go to the voting delegate room. We can't continue until the vote finishes.
Yeah.
Hi guys. So everyone's supposed to be in the, or well, all voting delegates are supposed to be in the voter meeting. So we're not going to be able to address any of your hands until we have voted on moving the previous question. We'll come back to you afterwards, but unfortunately, since someone moved the previous question, all debate was closed, which means everyone had to lower their hands. You can have them raised, but we're not going to be able to do anything with it now.
All right, so we have the result of the vote on moving to the previous question. So we have in total 43 votes in favor, 14 votes against, and 4 abstains, which means with a majority of 75% motion passes, and we will be voting on, the discussion is now closed. We will now be voting on the original bylaw amendment as is written. So Meryl, maybe if you can share your screen again. And no, an amendment to the amendment cannot be done after a move to the previous question has been accepted. I'm assuming that's your question. I can't see the whole thing. But we have now closed all discussion. We are now going directly to the part of voting. Since there was a lot of discussion, the chair is going to call a digital vote and I'll ask if there are any objections. So everyone, please go to the all right, go to the voting room. So go to the voting room now. And Meryl, can you mute yourself on this one again? Yes. I will continue talking in the voting room. Unmute yourself. So please, within your remote, talk about what you want to vote for the bylaw amendment as a whole, as it's written right now.
Owen, you're still unmuted.
So we can't do any more discussion. You can't talk to any. So guys, right now we're still discussing, you should be discussing the bylaw amendment with your MO. We're going to vote in like 2 minutes with the voting delegates. Those are already in the voting room. All right, I hope you're all back in here. I'm going to announce the results of the vote for the bylaw amendment. So, in total, we had 53 votes in favor, 4 votes against, and 3 abstains, which means motion passes with a 93% majority. So, the bylaw amendment is approved. Yay! There's clappy things. All right. The chair will now entertain a motion to go into recess for 45 minutes. 30 minutes? Let's do 30. Okay, I'll give you 45. The chair will now entertain a motion to go into recess for 45 minutes. Let's see who was the first one to raise their hand. It was, Navisha, you win. You can unmute yourself.
Navisha Shirgil IVSA Slanger Malaysia. I so move.
Oh.
Yeah, wacht. Yeah.
Navisha, I'm gonna assume you said ISO move. I'm sorry, my sound didn't work, but I'm gonna assume.
Second.
All right, any discussion on going into recess for 45 minutes? Apam, you have some discussion on going into recess? You can speak. If you want to, you can speak. Apam, your hand is up. Else, I'm gonna move on. Marida, you want to speak? You can try as well.
Thank you, Salsa, IVSA Indonesia. I would like to I would like to know why we need 45 minutes for the recess, because here in some part of the world it's very late. So yes, I would like to know it first. Thank you.
Okay, Meryl would like to answer.
Meryl Knoops, IVSA Exco. So according to the itinerary, we had an hour break scheduled at this point so people can go and get some food. Obviously, we are aware that it is very late, so we cut the hour break into 45 minutes so people can eat. In some parts of the world, it is very late. Others had to get up at 4:30.
3, I think.
3:30, even in the middle of the night, to arrange their buddy hours. Unfortunately, we can't make it perfect for everyone. We really do appreciate you guys staying up so late. We appreciate people getting up in the middle of the night to be here. But unfortunately, there's not a lot we can do. And we just need to make sure people can actually eat in between the 7 hours of GA. So that's what we're doing. And I hope you understand.
Thank you, Meryl. Any further discussion on going into recess? Any objections? Hearing none, we're in recess. Okay, so everyone please be back at a 45 minutes, quarter past whatever it is then in your time. Here, it's 5:15. It might be earlier or later, depending on your time zone. And please don't leave the meetings. So just leave them on, because as we're gonna have to admit everyone again, it will take a bit longer. We are going to go quickly after this, hopefully. So see y'all in 45 minutes.
laag. Het is niet moeilijk voor je, doe het traag, traag.
All right, we're gonna start back up. Meryl, can you share the screen?
I can share this screen.
Amazing. All right, so the chair calls the GA back to order at 5:19 p.m. UTC +1. Next point on the agenda is the constitutional amendment on IVSA structure. Anya, I think you wanted to speak about this. If yes, can you put your hand up? Perfect. You may now speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
So Anna Cichkiewicz, IVSA Krakow, Poland. This is the constitutional amendment that have been proposed for the very first time on the SGA in July 2020. And we decided to propose the constitutional amendment again after discussing it with many IVSA MOs and IVSA members that were involved in this constitutional amendment, because we felt during the SGA in July that the constitutional amendment was not understood properly and was not discussed enough with all the supranational MOs in IVSA and with other MOs. So we decided to continue throughout the half a year those discussions and make sure we are all on the same page with the constitutional amendment. That's why we are proposing it again at the moment. So can I do the motion right now?
Yes, you can.
1 second. Anna Cichkiewicz, IVSA Krakow. I move to strike out the following to go into effect on the 1st of September 2021. Any supranational veterinary student organization may apply to represent more than one country as defined in the Constitution, subject to the approval of the General Assembly. In this situation, the countries represented by the supranational organization will be considered a single entity with respect to their votes and membership fee.
Okay. I see a second. I was about to ask, do you guys remember what to do after someone makes a motion? And you do. Amazing. So, the motion is now on the floor. Is there any discussion on the motion on the floor? Dorothea.
Hello, Dorothea Bär, IVSA Germany. This constitutional amendment didn't pass the last GA, and I want to know if there were any changes made for proposing it now again, and if yes, what changes? If not, why not? Because it didn't pass last GA.
So I can answer the first part of your question as the chair because I was chairing the last GA as well. For the second part, I'm going to ask someone that moved the amendment. So for the first part, there were no changes between the constitutional amendment that was proposed at the last SGA and this one. As for the reasoning, Anya, you want to answer that as the person who moved it? You can still unmute yourself.
Yes, that's why I rose the hand. So there were no changes made to the amendment itself, since this is only striking out this sentence from the Constitution. The main difference is that we discussed it further with our supranational MOs, which is IVSA SAVMA and IVSA UK and Ireland. And what changed is, I think, the understanding of this constitutional amendment by our members. That's why we decided to propose this amendment again.
Thank you, Anya. Mehdi. Mehdi, did your hand go down again? I can't see it anymore. Yeah, you have to put it up before. You can't. You should be able to unmute yourself, Mehdi.
Yeah, I can unmute myself now. Okay, Medya Mohani, IVSA Exco. Sorry. Yeah, as to give more clarification on that, and I think what one of the previous speakers was referring to is maybe should someone like just re-propose the same constitutional amendment if it was already been discussed and the motion did not pass during the last GA? And the answer to that is yes, simply because anybody can at any moment re-propose the constitutional amendment, and of course the people that are proposing it this time are not exactly the same people that did last time. So whenever there is someone who sees that something should be changed or in the constitution or the bylaws, they can at every moment propose that amendment, even if it was discussed before.
Thank you, Mehdi. Anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? Brandon.
Okay. So one other point I'd like to point out from the last time is the constitutional amendment. Any constitutional amendment has to pass with a 75% supermajority of all voting delegates. This actually failed last time by 2 votes. So it actually, a majority of IVSA and IVSA MOs do support this amendment. So that's something I do want to point out, is it wasn't like it was massively defeated or anything. It was very close, and I think that's why we wanted to not only resubmit it, but make sure it was better explained, to make sure everyone knew what was going on, and give it more time for discussion, which is what we've been doing, as all of you know, from regional meetings and everything else that we use to try to get the info out there.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? Soraya, you can unmute yourself. You should be able to.
Hi, Soraya Rodrigues, IVSA Portugal. Since the issue in July, I think, was that people from the supranationals had some issues or some concerns about this amendment. I would like to know if their concerns and their issues have been assured, or what are their positions about this amendment right now.
Thank you, Soraya. So that's a direct question to the delegates from IVSA UK and Ireland and IVSA SAVMA. I see Catherine would like to speak. I'm going to give you the chance to unmute yourself. Can you unmute yourself, Catherine? Okay, wait, I'll try it again. Does it give you the notification now? Else you might have to rejoin the meeting. If you can't, okay, I'm gonna try once more to not give you the thing, and then, oh, I'm sorry. I already muted you again. Okay, give me, okay, 3, I'm gonna give you the powering to unmute. 3, 2, 1, and now it should come up. You're still muted on my screen.
Yep.
All right. Catherine will rejoin. In the meantime, the question is out to delegates of IVSA SAFMA as well. Then if there is no other, oh, Catherine's already rejoining. Okay, Catherine, you can put your hand up again. We're gonna try once more. I hope it works this time. Technology is fun. Oh, Brandon, you're not muted. Why are you not muted? You should be able to unmute yourself right now, Catherine. Also, I'm gonna let Dorothea speak first, and then we can try to troubleshoot it. Also, Soraya, is your hand still up? Can you type it in the chat if it is? Dorothea is first before you anyway, but okay. Catherine, I'll let Dorothea speak first, and then you can go, just to let things go smoothly, basically. Dorothea, you can speak now. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Yeah, Dorothea Beer, IVSA Germany. So as I understand, this amendment is most about giving all MOs and countries the equal voting rights, so no country is overruled by another country, and to give EXCO a better way to communicate with every single country where IVSA is represented. So why do we have to strike out a supranational member organization or in general organizations instead of making it in a better way to build these structures to communicate and to make sure that no country can overrule any other country in a supranational MO?
Sounds like a question for the executive committee. I'm gonna let Catherine speak first, and then someone from the executive committee may answer.
Oh.
Catherine, can you unmute yourself now? Yes, you were unmuted.
Yeah, does that work?
Yes, amazing.
Perfect. Catherine Ross, IVSA UK and Ireland. So in answer to how it would affect us, we've had multiple meetings with members of EXCO, members of Trust, loads of people involved, and it will still affect us, and there will still be ways that will affect us. But speaking, and I mean, I'm speaking mainly on behalf of myself here, but I think I also do speak on behalf of UK and Ireland as a whole. Like, we know that we will face some challenges with the new constitutional amendment, particularly IVSA doubling and getting them up and running. However, we don't think that those challenges are impossible, and we don't think that the negatives outweigh the positives that it brings to IVSA as a whole.
Is it okay if I speak now?
Oh yeah, sorry, I was still muted. But you can...
Okay. Nabila Raja, IVSA EXCO. I just want to say that my heart is very warm after hearing the last comment first. Secondly, I want to address the concern, I think, brought up by the previous speaker, so before the last one. The reason that we are pushing this constitutional amendment is one of the benefits of this is that we have direct communication. Instead of with a supranational, we go straight to our national MOs. So we cannot predict, and this is where we did discuss this in a regional meeting, to say when we are gone, who is going to maintain what is already here in terms of supranational structure. We want to pave a way forward where we have a structure that is flexible enough to allow people to come together and to be on their own, whatever they would like. And that is where national structure and not having the supranationals is going to work out, because they still have the option to come together and work together if they'd like. If we keep the supranationals, and I'm just saying, say hypothetically that's something that happens, please think about the idea that an MO is at risk of being overshadowed by another MO. And I'm not saying it's happening now, I'm saying we are at risk of allowing that to happen. And as MOD and as EXCO, I don't think that we want to even have the possibility of that happening. So please, I do hope that this is clear now, that it's better for us to have everybody on the same footing and the same level when it comes to national and not having the supranationals around. And then again, I just want to say that my heart is very warm after hearing the last comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Nabila. Anyone who hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? Seeing none, Dorothea, you may speak.
Yes, Dorothea Wehr, IVSA Germany. So yeah, just for all who doesn't know, I proposed the bylaw amendment for supranationals MO. That's why I'm discussing this and have so many questions. I think it's really important for IVSA to make sure that as many students can participate in IVSA, and maybe a supranational MO can also be a benefit for especially MOs with not so many students to attend IVSA events and to get recognized. For example, if you just have 3 students in one MO and in the other MO 3 students as well, and just one can go, so they can represent 2 MOs and raise their voice. and instead of only one MO can be represented. So a supranational MO can also benefit the inclusivity and the equality of MOs in IVSA.
Noted. Anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? Seeing none, Nabila, you're still unmuted, so you can speak.
Thank you, Alvin. Nabila Raja, IVSA EXCO. I would just like to point out that the two supranationals that we have come to an understanding with us, and whatever the uncertainties are that we are going to face going forward, we are going to work on this together. And whatever it is, we will face it as one IVSA family. What I want to point out is that these supranationals are in agreement with working on a way forward. So I just want to put that out there in terms of supranationals. And if the supranationals are fine with it, then I don't understand where, and you can please call me out of order if that's what you need to do, but I don't understand where an MO that is, or members that are not having that experience of being in a supranational are going to give the advice for the supranational structure.
All right. Anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? Seeing none, Anya.
I think there's sorry. I think there's a hand from Loren who didn't speak yet.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it. I can't see the hands of the presenters. I'm sorry. So if there's a hand from a presenter, please put it in the chat because else I can't see it. Loren?
Yeah. Loren from Planta, Switzerland. That was a close one. So regarding some comments from previous speakers about inclusivity, that supranational benefit, the inclusivity of IVSA, unfortunately, it's actually the case at the moment with the current situation, since we have also in the bylaws that the one country cannot be represented by more than one MO. I take as an example, can I say an MO name, Alvin, or is it out of order?
You can name an example, you just can't call anyone directly out.
Okay. Okay, for example, just call me out of order if needed. IVSA, we would like to have IVSA Canada, but there are like 10 universities of veterinary medicine in Canada, and one of them is part of SAFMA. So we can't have IVSA Canada, even though they are interested in joining us, because one of them is in SAFMA. When they say now, okay, we want to have IVSA Canada, the one university would have to leave SAFMA, but SAFMA is such a big association and they can benefit so much from them. Why would that one university say, okay, we quit SAFMA? So it's not really like a choice for the other ones to say, because you would need to convince them, and I'm gonna sum it up because of time, sorry, Elvin. So regarding to diversity, this is actually not what is happening with the supranational MO, unfortunately. But if we change this constitution and allow everyone to have voting rights, it wouldn't ban the collaboration. So,
sorry, Luren, that was your 2 minutes. I had to cut you off. All right, Anya, is your hand still?
Yes, I would like to speak.
Wait, sorry.
Colin?
You already spoke, so I'm going to ask
Yes.
someone that hasn't spoken yet.
I will wait patiently.
Already, also, oh yeah, okay. Thank you, Colin. I also wanted to correct that there are not 10 veterinary schools in Canada, there are 5. All right, anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? Also, if that was too fast, as Colin said in the chat, there are 5 veterinary schools in Canada, not 10. Just a quick fact check. on what Lorraine just said. Lisa, you haven't spoken yet. You may speak.
I haven't. Lisa Buren, IVSA the Netherlands. So just to tag on what has been said previously, I think it's also very important to understand that the size of an MO, so how many members are enlisted, is not a measurement for how active such an MO may be. It may very well be that a chapter with less members registered may be far more active on a local level. And I think in the end, that is what we strive to do as an organization, is to reach out to veterinary students in a way that they can get locally involved and profit from the work of IVSA. And as I have seen in the past through supranational structures, that hasn't been always the case. So in that sense, I think it would really help to change that.
Thank you, Lisa. I'll give you the chance to unmute because you haven't spoken yet. You can speak, Colin.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Colin Kramer, IVSA SABMA. I'm not exactly sure where Lauren was going with that, but I will just say that as one of the two supranational MOs, we are on board with this, with moving forward, and I don't think that it is the best move for IVSA Global to have supranational MOs, as you guys have said in the past that we want as many MOs as possible, and therefore letting the countries within SABMA represent themselves if they so choose is what we all have decided with IVSA EXCO, and for Lacey and I as IEO and elect of National SABMA. So we are in full support moving forward with IVSA EXCO.
Colin, anyone that hasn't spoken yet, I would like to speak. Nabil, I'm going to mute you real quick because you are unmuted. No, okay. And then Anya was first in line. You can speak, Anya.
Okay, so I would also like to refer to a concern that was brought by this.
Anya.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and you have to state your name and country.
Oh,
you
sorry.
should know this by now.
Of course, Anna Tiszkiewicz, IVSA Krakow, Poland. I would like to refer to a concern of a previous speaker regarding members' involvement. The question how to get our members involved is always a question, and always all EOs and presidents are concerned about this. The question is if it's about involvement of our members or it's about the size of an MO. However, I would like to ensure you that this constitutional amendment was written, and this issue was definitely taken into consideration while creating this constitutional amendment and the new structure for IVSA MOs. If you take a closer look at the amendment, it has been written by a group of people who is really familiar with needs of our members. I was previous MOD, and there's also Nabila, current MOD, who was involved in this. And there's regional representative for Americas and regional representative for Europe, all the people that currently work with our members, and 3 past and current IVSA presidents familiar with IVSA structure. So we had a discussion about how this will benefit our members and members' involvement, and we still think that this is the best way of moving forward to have IVSA not only expand but also make our members involved in our activities.
Thank you, Anya. Anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? Seeing none, Dorothea, you may speak.
Dorothea Bär, IVSA Germany. So I have a few questions, so I just point them out. First of all, I just want to make sure that everyone knows that this constitutional amendment has to pass the next GA to go in effect again. So it's not sure if it passed today, it's going to pass next GA. Then I have a question, because why it is important for Canada or any other SAFMA member to separate from SAFMA to become an independent member of IVSA? Because as I know, we are an association, and so it's not really SAFMA who is in members, so it's only the countries, and we within SAFMA, and we summarize them under the name SAFMA. And as I understand, after September 2021, each MO has to be recognized as one, or each country has to be recognized as an own MO. So there won't be any SAFMA anymore, even after the next September, because each country has to be their own MO, and we don't have any other organization name in our IVSA. The next question I have is that why can't Canada get separated, or any other country, from supranational MOs right now? Because nor in the Constitution nor in the bylaw amendment there's any sentence written that they are not allowed to get separated. I know that there was an incident when Canada wanted to be separated and the GA voted against it, as far as I know. But as I see, there's no sentence in the Constitution or in the bylaws that doesn't allow any separation from supranational MOs.
All right, Dorothea, I hope you were finished because your 2 minutes were up. The chair can answer some of the questions raised, namely the last one, being that the Constitution and bylaws are written in such a way that if something is not written there, it is not allowed. So that is why that separation currently is not allowed. And for the other question, the chair can't answer that, but I see a member of the executive committee would like to comment. First, I'll ask if someone else that hasn't spoken yet would like to speak. No? Okay, Nabila, you may speak.
Thanks, Alwyn. Nabila Raja, IVSA EXCO. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to address Dorothea's concern in its entirety, but what I will tell you is the immense pride and joy we have to be able to represent the countries that we come from once after we have received our independence. This is something that transcends words and transcends anything you can put on paper, and gives all MOs, I think, that like extra will and determination to do better and represent the place that they come from, the history that they have been born into, because nothing means more to people than independence. So I really don't think this is addressing Dorothea's concern hugely, but what I will say is it is a monumental thing for countries to be able to say, I come from Bangladesh, I come from South Africa, I come from Canada, I come from Trinidad and Tobago, I come from Grenada, and here I am representing my piece of earth that I come from. And there's nothing anyone can do to take that away from me. It's huge. It's something that, I don't know, like, yeah, sorry. Okay, my time is probably up. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Nabila. Anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? No? Okay. Maddie already spoke, so, and Dorothea as well. Oh, I see a new person. Konstantina, you may unmute yourself and speak. Or your hand left.
Oh,
okay, yeah, you can speak, Konstantina. You should be able to unmute yourself. All right, we'll try again. I'll mute you again and unmute you, else you're gonna have to rejoin, just like we have to do with Catherine. Do you get a thing now on your screen that says unmute? Should be a little prompt that says it. All right, can you try to rejoin the meeting? Then I'm gonna give the floor to Lacey because she also hasn't spoken yet. And then I'll give the floor to you after that. All right, perfect. All right, Lacey, I hope you can unmute yourself now.
Lacey Taylor, IVSA SGA. I just wanted to make a quick comment. I feel like it is seeming like we are requiring like different countries to remain under SAVMA. That's not the case. Unfortunately, that's just how our association is set up, that if these schools are SAVMA schools, they do fall underneath SAVMA no matter the country. I will say though that Colin and I did do the due diligence of reaching out to the different countries underneath SAVMA to inquire about how they felt about that, like themselves having a vote under SAVMA or the USA. And each of them expressed that to them, they felt that they, like with this constitutional amendment, they had the ability to become their own MO if they wanted to. But the thing about these SAVMA schools, regardless of the country, is that all of the students that are making up those chapters, specifically for the island schools, are American students. And so I just don't want it to seem like us as SAVMA, like we're requiring people to stay underneath SAVMA. As Colin said, we're in full support of this constitutional amendment.
Thank you, Lacey. Constantina's back, I see. So we're going to try once again. Hopefully you can unmute yourself now. Yeah, you're on mute.
Thank you very much. Constantina Luca, IVSA Greece. So everybody has their own opinion up until now. I mean, that's great. But my opinion is this: what concerns me. I believe that with national MOs, it will be easier for the EXCO to deal with them and to organize stuff. So I guess supranational and we don't need to make it like weird and more difficult than the national MOs, because for me it's only fair to be like national MOs, so everybody's like the same. And the way I see it, when we have supranational MOs, it's like I don't know if it's like politically correct to say that, but it's like a country wants to expand or something. They want to like make rules or be the bosses or whatever. So I feel it's only fair for everyone to have like national MOs and not like creating clans or something. We can always collaborate, but I don't think there's a need for supranational MOs. That's my point of view though. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Constantina. Anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? No, okay, then we're going to go down the list of people that have already spoken. Lisa, you're first.
Lisa Beer, IVSA Netherlands. I feel that the discussion is quite going into circles and we're not really reaching any new points here, so I would like to move the previous question.
This is a motion. Someone needs to second it. Thank you. All right, we're moving to the previous question. Are there any, everyone please put your hands down. Yeah, I will. All right, are there any objections to moving to the previous question? Dorothea, are you objecting to moving to the previous question?
Point of order.
Yeah, Mehdi, what is your point of order?
There was no discussion on the motion. We can't object to something we didn't discuss.
You can't discuss moving to the previous question.
Then I'm sorry.
He's right, you can't discuss it. You just
Dr. Beer, IVSA Germany, I object.
All right, everyone, voting delegates, go to the voting room. We're going to vote on moving to the previous question. So we're going to vote again to moving to the previous question. You know how it works. We have done it before. So if you vote yes, that means we stop the discussion now, and we're going to go to a vote on the constitutional amendment. If you vote no, that means you want to continue discussing, and if the motion fails, we will continue discussing. See y'all in the voting room and talk to your MOs. We're going to go quickly to a vote because you guys already know how this works. All right, so check is done with 48 votes in favor, 4 votes against, and 2 abstains. We have a 92% in favor. Motion passes. We will now continue with a vote on the constitutional amendment itself. So what that means is that we're going to be voting on the entire constitutional amendment. I think we should put it on screen again. We'll put it on screen again for all of you guys. So Mara, if you can stop sharing your screen. You have to just share your whole screen. Like that. Ja, het hele scherm.
Ik kan hem ook doen.
Maar dan kunnen we geen muziek meer spelen.
Oh, stop ermee. Stop ermee.
So, sorry for the Dutch.
I really try, you guys.
Okay, I'm gonna explain it once more to all of you because I like explaining things 20 times. If you vote yes, that means you are in favor of this constitutional amendment. So striking out the sentence about supranational member organizations. If you vote no, that means you are against this bylaw amendment and you are in favor of keeping the supranational MOs. So please talk to your MOs, like within your MO, what you want. We're going to give you a couple minutes, like 5 or something, and then we're going to ask if everyone's ready and do the vote in the voting room. In the meanwhile, here we'll play some music again because we know you guys like it. All right, see y'all in the voting room.
Owen? Owen?
Yes, Liren?
Liren from the IVSA Zurich, Switzerland. Point of information, could you please explain how many percentage of the voting delegates need to vote yes, no, or abstain, so this motion passes?
So for a constitutional amendment to pass, firstly, we need votes in 2 separate GAs. So if it passes here, it's going to need to pass again at the next GA in summer. Secondly, we need a 75% supermajority with at least a 50% quorum. So normally we only require 40% quorum. For a vote on a constitutional amendment, we require a 50% quorum. Right now we have a 70% quorum. So quorum is fine, so we need the 75% supermajority in favor of this amendment, for the amendment to pass right now. And then it still needs to pass a second time.
Báilame como si fuera la última vez y enséñame ese pasito que no sé, un besito bien suavecito, bebé. Taqui, 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 rumba.
We have 58 votes in favor, 1 vote against, and 2 abstain, sorry, which means motion passes with a 98% supermajority. So motion passes. Yay. It will have to be brought up again at the next SGA. Next one, bylaw amendment on supranational MOs. Dorothea, can you raise your hand as this was your amendment so you can move it? First, move it, and then I'll give you the floor to speak about it. Oh, you should just be able to unmute yourself, Dora. You're already allowed to. Dora, can you unmute yourself? Or do you have issues with it? Okay, you're unmuted. I can't hear you. I don't know if anyone else can. Can you speak?
Hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Okay, you can first move the amendment and then we can start talking about it.
Okay, Dorothea Bär, IVSA Germany. I move to add the following statement to the section 11.1.1 member organizations taking effect on the 1st of September 2021. If 2 or more national member organizations are wishing to form a supranational member organization, these member organizations should create a document stating so with the signature of the president and exchange officer from all national member organizations concerned. The creating of supranational member organization must be voted on and approved by the General Assembly. The supranational member organization shall retain full IVSA membership status, provided that at least one of the national member organizations joining together has full membership status at the time of formation of the supranational member organization. There cannot be any national member organizations representing their respective faculties if represented by one active supranational member organization. The supranational member organization will be considered one entity regarding their voting rights and fees. Countries represented by supranational member organizations can choose to form their own national member organization and no longer be represented by the supranational member organization with respect to their votes and membership fees. The newly formed national member organizations must be approved by the General Assembly following the separation from the supranational member organization. The extent of membership status of the newly formed member organization would be approved by the General Assembly. Thanks.
All right, so there is a motion on the floor to talk about it. We need a second. All right. So, Dorothea, would you like to say something about this amendment first?
Yes, of course.
All right, go ahead. First for all who don't know me, I'm from IVSA Germany, so we are not part of any supranational MO right now, so I don't have any personal benefits from this amendment. The history of this amendment is that at last GA, we all discussed the constitutional amendment and the bylaw amendment, and there was a part where I already made an amendment to the amendment from the last bylaws regarding the MO structure to include supranational MOs in the bylaws. And EXCO reached out for me
to withdraw the amendment to the amendment and to submit a newly formed and rewritten bylaw amendment at this GA. So this is just what EXCO asked me to do. And I worked on this amendment with quite a few members from IVSA UK and Ireland and SAFMA as well. So first is that, supranational MOs, as I said before, can also benefit small MOs to get better recognized for sponsors, partners, or other officials like the university itself. And more students can be involved, especially for MOs with smaller amounts of students, or at the university, just a few students. Then I want to say that, the concern about smaller MOs or countries will be overruled or not heard or whatever, is that, yes, of course, I understand that, but maybe it's better to at least have these MOs participate as a supranational MO and
like one more sentence to finish.
To be part of IVSA events. And I know the constitutional amendment passed right now, but there's one GA coming ahead where the constitutional amendment has to pass. And in this GA, we can also adjust this bylaw amendment to the constitution. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows this is not ready as it is. We can still work on it until September 2021.
Okay, there is one thing, the last thing that you said. If this bylaw amendment passes right now, that means it passes as is, so you can't work on it anymore.
No, but you can make again an bylaw amendment on this.
Okay, that was out of order, but I'm gonna let it slide because I didn't give you the floor. But there can technically be another amendment to the amendment before the bylaw amendment would go into effect. That is indeed true. All right, then Vincenzo, you were next. Thank you.
Vincenzo Gaeta, IVSA alumni. I would just point out that isn't this the exact opposite of what we voted like 10 minutes ago? I mean, we are promoting inclusivity and stuff, and now with this we may go back in time and allow to form supranational and removing those rights we gave to the countries with the previous constitutional amendment. This is just a little bit of a controversial amendment, what I think. Well, that's it. Mute me.
I'll mute you, Vincenzo. Wait, Vincenzo, your name is gone. Also, I have a question, Vincenzo. Is it a point of information what the difference is between this bylaw amendment and the way the Constitution was written before? Because the chair can answer that if needed.
I'm still talking? Am I?
Yeah,
Okay.
This is a question for me too.
No, it's not a point of information. Okay. It's just my opinion about it. Just...
All right. Noted then. Chair won't say anything. Then next in the queue is Nabila.
Thank you, Elwin. Nabila Raja, IVSA EXCO. The only thing I want to say, a direct comment to the last part of what the previous speaker was saying about maybe it's better for them to be, for smaller MOs to be part of a larger MO because they need the help. That is the job of the MOD team, our strategic plan 2019 to 2024. So in order for us to do our jobs, it's better for us to have direct contact with our MOs, where there may be an opening for things to go wrong with these smaller MOs that do need our help, that do need the attention from our regional teams and from myself. So I really do think that this falls in line what we want to do with our strategic plan, and like leave it to the MOD team. We are here to help with the help of the MO as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Nabila. Anya?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I would like to bring, sorry. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, Anna Tyszkiewicz, IVSA Krakow, Poland. So I would like to still refer a little bit to the constitutional amendment, since both the bylaw and constitutional amendment are discussing the matter of supranational MOs. As I previously mentioned at this constitutional amendment discussion, we really wanted a supranational MO structure to be well discussed with our member organizations before this event that is happening right now. We reached out as well to Germany. We discussed this specific amendment with Dorothea, and we also, sorry, I cannot say the name, but we discussed the amendment with the person that is proposing that bylaw amendment right here, and we did not receive any input regarding the constitutional amendment. We really did not want to have two contradictory amendments during this GA, but unfortunately it really looks like they are contradicting each other. I also would like to point out that we will have from September 2021 very flexible local structure, so collaboration between supranational MOs will be very possible. The only thing we want to change is how
your time is up.
Okay, are voting on the GA. So that's it. Thank you.
All right. I'll mute Anya. Oh, she's muted. Next in. Sorry, I am having issues with this computer. Amina, you may unmute yourself. You should be able to do it yourself.
Amina Nofal, IVSA in Norway. I think it is a point of order. I think Anya might have answered it, but I'm not sure. So I am wondering if the constitutional amendment and the bylaw amendment can coexist.
So are you asking if this bylaw amendment can pass if the constitutional amendment also passes?
Yes.
All right. So technically it can. Thing is, there is a part of this bylaw amendment that goes against the current constitution and would go against the constitution if the constitutional amendment passes, which is the part in the constitution. I think Meryl. Actually, I have an idea. How about we make this a parliamentary inquiry? Parliamentarian hasn't done anything yet. Because I can also do it, but I can also get someone else to do it for me. Parliamentary inquiry. Will this amendment go against the Constitution? So Laura, our parliamentarian, will look it up now, and then she'll get back to us whenever she's ready. She can raise her hand. While that is happening, is there anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? Seeing none, Dorothea, you may speak.
Yes. So again, for me, this bylaw amendment is for supranational MOs. It's really important to make it at least possible for MOs to form supranational MOs for the future, not to strike them out in total, because we never know what the future will bring, and maybe it's easier for some MOs to be active as a supranational MO than instead of separate national MOs. I really appreciate the way the MOD is working and the EXCO, but I think we are a student association and we are all volunteers, and I think it's really important to have as many options as possible. And with this bylaw amendment, no one is forced to stay in a supranational MO, can easily separate from the supranational MO. And even so most of the problems that were mentioned before for the supranational MOs wouldn't be there anymore in the future. So this is why I think it's really important to keep this the supranational MOs in IVSA. I hope you all read the text before that, because I don't want to repeat myself again and again.
All right, thank you, Dorothea. Lisa, you haven't spoken yet.
Lisa Bura, IVSA Netherlands. I think on this point, it's, as Vincenzo already said, largely the same discussion as we just had on the constitutional amendment. In addition to that, in the bylaw amendment as it stands right now, there is being referred to the strategic plan of previous round of strategic plans. So the new strategic plan is not included in it, and to me that seems like being a misinformation there, because if you were to look at the new strategic plan, it would indeed state that the way the constitution is now accepted would be the way to go forward with IVSA according to strategic plan. But I think Anya can tell you more about that. Oh wait, someone else who worked on that strategic plan. I mean.
Nice catch, Lisa. No personal comment. All right, Soraya, you haven't spoken yet. I'm gonna give you. Oh wait, okay. Sorry. First, Laura just raised her hand. She is the parliamentarian, so I'm gonna give her the floor first to answer the parliamentary inquiry. Laura, can you unmute yourself already?
Laure Chevalier, IVSA France. So with regards to the parliamentary inquiry, first, one thing we need to keep in mind is that the constitutional amendment needs to be approved by the GA twice. So it has been approved here right now, but it does not come into effect as long as it has not been approved again at the next General Assembly. So for now, should this bylaw amendment pass, it would not come into conflict with the Constitution, because the Constitution would not have been changed yet. Now, if the constitutional amendment passes again this summer, this is when it gets a bit messy, because according to our Constitution, supranational MOs will not exist anymore, and the Constitution supersedes the bylaws. That means that if something is in contradiction between the Constitution and the bylaws, the Constitution wins. So in this bylaw, so I'm not exactly sure how it would look, because the way this bylaw is phrased does not refer directly to the votes. It just says that it will create supranational member organizations again, but it does not detail what this supranational member organization, how this would function. So it talks
Or
about
if you look on the screen, it does.
Same way that the Constitution used to talk about them, but if they are not mentioned in the Constitution, they should not technically exist in a way. So there is no mention in the Constitution saying that they cannot exist, which means that we are indeed in a gray area, because the bylaws would not go directly against something saying that it cannot exist, but at the same time, this is something that the Constitution would not provide any sort of context for should the constitutional amendment and this bylaw amendment pass.
Laura, it does actually say what a supranational entity would entail. If you look at the part that's selected on screen, supranational member organizations will be considered as one entity regarding their voting rights and fees.
We just had a little technical issue. I didn't hear what you just said, Elwin. Can you please repeat what you just said?
So you mentioned in your when you were speaking that it doesn't specify in the bylaw amendment that what a supranational MO would entail, and it does. If you look at the selected part on screen, the supranational member organization will be considered one entity regarding their voting rights and fees.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I started saying indeed what you just said, and then I corrected myself, which might have been a bit confusing. It does detail what the supranational organization would look like exactly in the same way that the Constitution used to detail it. And yeah, I'm sorry. I corrected myself, but it might have been unclear.
All right, thank you, Laura. Soraya, I'm gonna give you the floor now. You should be able to unmute yourself.
I guess this is a parliamentarian inquiry. So if this passes, it will start being effective after September this year, correct? From what I got from last slide. When would the constitutional amendment go into effect if it is approved this summer?
The same date, November 1st.
Sorry?
And the constitutional amendment would go into effect on the same date as this bylaw amendment. They're both September 1st.
Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying.
All right. Any other person that hasn't spoken yet? Sorry, my brain just went off the rails. That would like to speak? No. Anya, you may speak.
Anna Ciszkiewicz, IVSA Krakow, Poland. So I'd like to also mention that the amendment, the bylaw amendment, says that it would be up to the General Assembly to decide if the MO is able to leave a supranational MO and become independent. I don't think this is beneficial for the General Assembly to decide on the local matters and local governance of the MOs. And I don't think non-GA and non-IVSA EXCO and nobody should decide which countries should be considered independent. It should be a very fair and objective way because we are a political organization. That's why we want to have one vote per country so that we are not making this kind of political decisions if countries should come together in terms of voting rights or not. So I think this is also a very important thing to consider while discussing this bylaw amendment.
All right, Laura has a hand again. I guess it's on a previous parliamentary inquiry. Wow. So, Laura, you can speak.
Laure Chevalier, IVSA France. Yes, sorry for doing this in little bits. I am still thinking about everything that is entailed if both the constitutional amendment and the bylaw amendment pass. Once again, if the constitutional amendment passes, supranational MOs will not be mentioned in the Constitution. However, we do have a sentence in the Constitution that says, each country shall be allocated an equal number of votes which the delegates of each member organization within the country may jointly cast. This bylaw amendment would come into contradiction with that sentence because that sentence explicitly states that every sovereign country recognized as a country should vote independently, which is not what this bylaw amendment corresponds to. So it would be anti-constitutional should the Constitution pass again, the constitutional amendment pass again at the next SGA.
All right, is there any further discussion on the motion currently on the floor? Brandon, you haven't spoken yet?
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. I would like to know if EXCO has discussed
What
this
is your
amendment,
name and
if
country?
so, what
I
is
don't know who
EXCO's
you are.
conclusion on this bylaw amendment?
Who is speaking? I have no clue. They didn't state their name and country. I
Oh,
have no
Brandon Nettles, HLM, what I just said.
Okay, Brandon asked for EXCO's opinion. Is there any person from EXCO that would like to comment? I see the president has her hand up. Meryl, you can speak.
Meryl Knoops, IVSA EXCO. So every event, the meeting before the General Assembly, the Executive Committee goes over all of the amendments proposed, and then we form an official EXCO opinion on the matter. So according to tradition, I made sure to do the same. So a week ago, in our executive committee meeting, we discussed this bylaw amendment as well. And given its contradictory nature against the constitutional amendment proposed by some of our EXCO members as well, including myself, we as EXCO decided we are against this bylaw amendment. Basically for the same reasons why we are for the constitutional amendment. So we want the constitutional amendment to pass because we want everyone to have equal voting rights. We want everyone to have their own says. We want everyone to be included in IVSA, have direct connections to the MOD as much as possible. And that is not possible under the current structure, which is why we proposed that constitutional amendment. This bylaw amendment would go directly against that, allow for supranationals to be created and to be formed, to put it very bluntly, to take away voting rights. And as an executive committee that strives towards diversity, that is not something we stand by.
All right, thank you, Meryl. Anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? If not, we're gonna just go down the list again. Soraya, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Elwin.
Oh, did you have your hand up, Lauren?
Yep.
Sorry, you can speak first. You haven't spoken yet.
Lorraine, it's starting again. Lorraine from Planta, IVSA Zurich, Switzerland. I moved to previous question.
All right, everyone just put your hands down and then we can put them back. Okay, we moved to the previous question. So we're gonna go to a vote. If there's no objections, you know how this works by now. We've had it twice before. Are there any objections to moving to the previous question? Sorry if that was too fast. Are there any objections to moving to the previous question? Seeing none, we move to the previous question. So we're gonna go to a vote again. So voting delegates, please go to the voting meeting.
Are there any objections? No one objects.
Alvin, you're muted.
All right, so voting delegates, please move to the voting room. So we are going to vote on this bylaw amendment. So if you want this bylaw amendment to pass, you vote in favor. If you don't want the bylaw amendments to pass, you vote against. It's the same as the other two that we voted on. I've been doing this for way too long. Yeah, and if you have any questions, just put them in the chat. Like, we won't be talking here, but we are still monitoring the chat, so we can answer you in the chat if you have any questions. And voting delegates, go to the other one. You can also ask the questions in the chat there. We have many computers around here, so we see all your questions. All right, see you in a bit. Also, do you guys want music again? I guess so, right?
Don't ask. I'll do Despacito now.
Okay, we're gonna do Despacito. Sorry, I got energized by the music. I'm loving it.
Yes, you should.
I'll put my camera on again so you can all see my not so pretty face. All right, so we have the results. In total, we got 1 vote in favor, 56 votes against, and 5 abstained. So the motion doesn't pass. Next point on the agenda. Bylaw amendment on member rights and inclusivity. Neil, you were one of the people that submitted these bylaw amendments and is here. Would you like to talk about them? Perfect. I'll give you the floor. Oh, your hand is gone. Can you put it up again? I couldn't click fast enough. Perfect. Thank you. All right. You should be able to speak now. Neil, can you unmute yourself, or do you have issues?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Neil Vizot, IVSA SGA. This is something that's being covered by the Code of Conduct at this point in time, and because of that, I would move to withdraw this.
You don't have to move to withdraw it because they haven't been moved to the floor yet. You can just withdraw this amendment.
I withdraw this amendment.
All right. Amendment has been withdrawn. We will go to the next point on the agenda. This is the bylaw amendment on member duties and inclusivities. Neil, I'm going to give you the floor again.
Same story with this.
All right. Neil Vizot, IVSA SGA withdraws this amendment as well. Then next point on the agenda is approval of MOUs. Nicole, you should be able to unmute yourself or not. Wait.
Ik weet niet of ze in die vergadering zit.
Nicole, are you here? Nicole Hartman. I will find.
She might be the
Nicole is having some technical difficulties, so we're just going to hang in with her while she changes. Nicole, can you speak?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a little bit soft, but we can hear you.
This other computer, so it's not echoing. Okay, so I am now fully functioning. And I have to move for the approval of the MOU with GARC.
Yes.
Or present it first. So do we need to move forward a slide or?
It's not in the presentation, but Meryl might be able to find it in the delegates drive. You can move to approve it, and then I'll say if there's any discussion.
Okay, I move to discuss the MOU between
Yeah, move to
IVSA
approve.
and
And then we can discuss it as well.
okay, the Global Alliance on Rabies Control.
Can you just start over, like name, country, and just so it's clear to everyone?
Yes, sorry. Nicole Hartman, IVSA EXCO. I move to approve the discussion on the MOU between IVSA and the Global Alliance for Rabies Control, also known as GARC.
All right. I see a second. So the motion on the floor is to approve the MOU that is on your screen and that you have read before the General Assembly, because it was in the delegates drive, and it's very important to read these things ahead of time. So is there any discussion on approving the MOU with the Global Alliance for Rabies Control, otherwise known as GARC? Any discussion? So the reason that we have to have these MOUs approved by the General Assembly is because according to our bylaws, MOUs that last for up to 12 months or 1 year can be approved by the Executive Committee, and MOUs that last for more than 1 year have to be approved by the General Assembly. And this MOU lasts for more than 1 year, which means it needs your guys' approval. Any discussion? If not, I'm going to assume you all love it. Okay. Any
I
objections?
can also, oh, never mind. I was going to say I can also explain a little bit more if people are curious, but it doesn't seem we have any discussion. So.
Anyone want Nicole to explain a little bit more? Just raise your hand if you want it. Okay, I guess no. I see some no's in the chat as well, so. Sorry, Nicole.
It's okay.
All right. Any discussion? Any objections to approving the MOU with the Global Alliance for Rabies Control? Seeing none, motion passes. So the MOU is approved.
Yay.
All right. The chair would now like to entertain a motion to go into recess. Lucci, you finally made it to be first. I'm proud of you.
Lucian Toderica, IVSA Cluj-Napoca. I so moved.
I see some seconds. Any discussion on going into recess? Any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. We are going to do another Energizer.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, you have to through this microphone.
God, sorry. I keep forgetting I'm not allowed to unmute myself. Anyways, so we're going to do another Energizer for all of you. This time it has been prepared for you by our lovely and beautiful chair of the Standing Committee on Wellness, Navisha. We're going to do yoga. So please, Navisha, get here. I'm going to spotlight you, and then people can turn on their cameras and we can all move and yoga along with Navisha and get a little bit more flexible.
I think we should put it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Navisha can't unmute herself. I'm sorry. It's coming. You should be able to know. Sorry, Navisha. Hashtag wellness. You should be able to unmute yourself now. Yes. You muted yourself again. Yeah, you're unmuted now.
Okay, all good, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, we're just doing a couple of stretchers. I'm not a yoga master, so if I do something wrong, please don't at me. All right, so we're just gonna stand up first. All right. Okay, we're gonna breathe in and breathe out just a couple of times. So as you breathe in, make sure you really stretch your arms, get on your tiptoes, stretch it all out, okay? So breathe in.
Everyone, turn on your camera.
And out. Okay, breathe in.
All right, thank you, Navisha. That was awesome. And I didn't fall down, so I'm very proud of myself.
I did.
All
I
right.
slipped. It was a different thing.
So Navisha, I'm going to unspotlight you now, so you don't feel too uncomfortable. Okay, it's done. We're going to continue with the recess for 2 more minutes, so we can all
Go to
go
the
and
bathroom.
pee, mainly because I need to pee. And then we're going to continue with the General Assembly.
Yeah, so go pee, grab some water. Your whole body is detoxed right now because of Navisha's lovely yoga. So we'll be back in 2 minutes. Oh, sorry, I muted you. So sorry. You can speak now.
Soraya Rodrigues, IVSA Portugal, I so move.
All right. I need a second. Yep, very big second. Any discussion on going into recess until tomorrow? Any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. We're in recess. Great job, guys. We ran through a lot today. I don't know if the executive committee wants to say something because I see a hand from Meryl. So don't leave yet. Meryl.
Hi, guys. All right. First of all, to everyone who stayed up so incredibly late for us, thank you so much. And I'm so sorry to have to keep you waiting to go back to sleep for just a couple more minutes. But I'm going to do it anyways. First of all, thank you so much, all of you, for participating, for raising your hands. I hope I get to hear even more from all of you tomorrow. I want to remind everyone to please prepare everything listed on these agenda thingies for tomorrow. So go through the folders again, look at all of the reports from our task forces, look at the Treasurer's preliminary financial report, look at our updates, our attended events. We're all going to open the floor for discussion on that. So this is going to be your chance to ask us questions. Usually those presentations are done in real time, in real life, which is going to make it a lot easier. So that's why we really need you guys to prepare beforehand, just for full transparency, because I do really want these things to be discussed. And then also on the agenda tomorrow, which is going to be our first point of order, is obviously going to be the elections. So once again, please, please, please look at the election files. There's nominee forms and there is their presentation, so their speeches. If you haven't yet done so, please go through them again. Don't forget to keep track of your GA bingo. I really want to see a winner at the end of this event. And one last thing, very last minute, we had another submission for an MO that is requesting approval by the General Assembly, which is IVSA Istanbul, Turkey, and their video is going to get uploaded right now. So that means you still have over 12 hours to check it out. So please go to GA Documents, MOs requesting approval, and then you can find their video over there. And let's see, I think that's all I wanted to say. Just once again, please prepare everything. And thank you so much for attending today. You guys were awesome. And I really enjoyed it. I hope you guys did too. And then I'm going to see you again tomorrow. Okay, sleep tight or have a good day. Bye, guys.
All right.